Hello.
Hello, Jason.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Levita.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chelsea.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome everyone to the December 14th, 2023 Landmarks Commission meeting. It's nice to see everyone virtually and in person.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law and section 101.021 of the codified ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by roll call vote. Recusal from any case due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the beginning of the presentation. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, virtual attendants, we ask you to first have your microphone on mute and then use the raised hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and the mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and muting your microphone. Call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activities are being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. All requests to speak on a particular matter submitted through the proper channels have been considered. Proper channels for comments are sending an email to the landmarks at clevelandohio.gov email address with a comment or a letter, calling or leaving a message at 216-664-2532, or sending a letter or dropping off comments at City Hall located at 601 Lakeside Avenue, Suite 519. Communications with members of this body must follow proper channels for consideration. Any comments received by the stated deadline are collected by Landmark staff and disseminated to the commission members prior to the scheduled meeting.
All right, I'll go over the, thank you, Madam Chair, to go over the meeting rules and procedures. The chair will call each agenda item and then each applicant will be invited to proceed through their presentation. Each presentation should be completed prior to questions and comments from the commission in order to facilitate a smooth presentation. Once the presentation is concluded, the chair will ask Landmark staff to summarize Design Review Committee recommendations and any public comments received. The deadline for public comments is noon on the Tuesday prior to any regularly scheduled Cleveland Landmarks Commission meeting. Any received comments are distributed to commission members prior to the meeting. Staff will also identify any members of the public present and scheduled to speak. Public comment is allowed at the discretion of the chair, and any individual providing public comment is permitted 2 minutes to speak to the agenda item in which they have an interest. The chair will then request a recommendation from staff. The commission will then begin deliberations and project review. Any commission member, except for the chair, may make a motion at any point after an agenda item has been called.
Thank you, Mr. Nesson. We will now call the December 14th, 2023 Landmarks Commission meeting order. Please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Ms. Anderson? Did you?
Here.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Dreyer?
Here.
Mr. Dulick? Councilmember Gray? Director Wong? Mr. Lozier? Mr. Lozier?
Here.
Mr. Sambry?
Here.
Mr. Strickland?
Here.
Mr. Trosick? Dr. Williams?
Here.
And Ms. Trott.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have quorum. Would also like to note that in addition to the commission members, we have Kevin Roberts and Patricia Aston, our representatives from the Law Department, as well as Jessica Beam, Carl Brunges, and myself from Landmark's staff present.
Excellent. We'll then begin with our certificates of appropriateness. We ask the first applicant to unmute your mic and announce yourself and tell us about your project. The first applicant is located at 603 Prospect Avenue East, Garici Slice Shop. Gracie, sorry.
That's okay. Madam Chair, distinguished board, good morning. Hello.
I apologize for the interruption. Just point of order, Madam Chair. I believe we need to untable this before we can proceed.
Excellent. Do we have a motion to untable?
Make
Bob
motion.
Strickland, I'll move to untable.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
There's a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? All right. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Sambry,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion to untable passes.
Excellent. Please go ahead and with your presentation now.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, distinguished board, City of Cleveland representatives. My name is Jason Butert. I'm co-owner of Geraci Slice Shop. My partner, Chelsea Williams, is also on the call. Chelsea.
Good morning, everyone.
And we also have a representative, Sean, from Veterans Construction on the line as well. First of all, we'd like to introduce ourselves, Chelsea and I. We are with Geraci Slice Shop on Prospect Avenue. We also are proud owners of other businesses here in the city of Cleveland. We own a coffee shop on the other side of the 5th Street Arcades called Lionheart Coffee on Euclid Avenue. And we're currently under construction for a steakhouse in Tremont, where the former Parallax used to be. So, and we're looking at another location right in the Gateway District too. So we love Cleveland, big fans, and we love to invest in Cleveland. Our team and our staff are super proud of what we're doing. And, you know, we're just really, really happy to be part of really the resurgence of downtown Cleveland. So again, thank you for your time. And leading on to that, I just have a couple of quick things. One, I want to thank the board for the delay of us presenting. Dan and his staff have been fantastic. My wife and I recently adopted 2 new baby girl twin girls a few months ago. So my life has been a little bit wild. So I appreciate everyone's time and their patience of us getting over the finish line. And then adding on to that, you know, we want to apologize again. I know it's the second time in front of you guys, but we want to apologize again as far as our misunderstanding of the process. We had thought that going through the city with the sidewalk division and also design review was all we needed to do. So as far as the Landmark Commission, not realizing that we had to go through this process again, if we had knowledge of that, we always want to try to do the things the right way. We would have stayed ahead of it and been in front of you guys. And if we do another project that has any sort of landmark repercussions, you could bet that we will be in front of you as soon as we need to be. So thank you for your time. In regards to our patio, a couple things is that, you know, when we were looking at the fence and working with sidewalks at the time, and also design review, we asked our general contractor to sort of, I mean, literally walk up and down East 4th and our neighboring businesses right there in Prospect and mirror an exact fence, you know, and we feel that we've done that. The fence is sort of just a tie-in to the building. If anyone has had a chance to really get in front of the building, it is we really put a lot of work into making the neon package and really creating a beacon, a really cool spot that, you know, visitors of downtown Cleveland, residents, and then anyone coming from an event could really know that this is Cleveland's downtown slice shop. This is this city's slice shop. So, you know, for us, the fence was really just wanted to blend in the background. And with all the red and the white neon and the green neon, the turf was just a natural evolution. We've seen it work in applications in other cities, and we felt like it was a really good package to apply into this small patio. And it really just ties everything together. It creates that sort of neighborhood vibe that we're looking for with the awning package and also with the ground. But a couple things onto that is that I did a ton of research. My team and I did a ton of research on the turf itself. We didn't want to just run to Home Depot and just buy turf. We found a company out of Dallas that actually supplies most most NFL teams, including the Dallas Cowboys, with their turf, so that it's a really high grade product. It's self-draining. So there's drainage holes at the bottom of it. So if water gets in it, it goes towards the street. And then the adhesive that's used to come down is easily removable and biodegradable and doesn't leave a stain. So it's a really, really friendly product, an eco-friendly product, easy to apply. And it just really just ties in. And when you put our tables out there, it feels really comfortable. It feels like you're in someone's backyard, but I believe we did it in a really classy way, and we keep it, and we have a high integrity of keeping our storefronts clean and our restaurants clean, and having that be a showcase of downtown Cleveland. So again, I want to apologize that we would have been way ahead of this if we were knowledgeable on this. That won't happen again. And also, I just do want to touch on that we did, in compliance to the fire, the last time we met on this distinguished board, we were given direction to move the fence line away from that water spigot adhesive to the building, and we did do that within 24 hours of us concluding this meeting. And I sent the pictures around to the proper channels at that time, including the landmarks. So again, thank you for your time, and happy holidays to you and your families.
Thank you for that update. We appreciate it. We will move then to landmark staff review comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was reviewed by the PEDPOT committee on June 6th, and landmark staff looked at this in the context of the Euclid Arcade building and the Fifth Street Arcade, Colonial Arcade building. While we appreciate the investment that the applicant is making in downtown Cleveland and their research into products to put in front of this building, the use of fencing similar in style to the East 4th Street Historic District standard is not appropriate, as this building is not a part of that district. This is an individually designated Cleveland landmark. The building is the context for this project, and they should have looked no farther than their neighbor Barrio, which has a much more simple fence shown here and would have bookended the building nicely. In fact, the fencing that they originally proposed as part of the original render as the signage package would have probably been appropriate, including the planters on it as well. The turf product is not appropriate for this location. Staff maintains its original position that the fence and the turf are inappropriate. We recommend denial of a certificate of appropriateness as presented. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. We will then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Mr. Strickland.
Did the design review committee see this project?
Originally as part of the, yes, but because it was tabled by the Landmarks Commission, it comes back here. This is the last stop.
Can you remind us what the recommendation of design review was?
Yes, Mr. Strickland, they approved as presented with the condition that the railing be moved off the fire access by the distance required by code. There's a fair amount of discussion of, I guess, vibrancy versus contextual appropriateness, as they acknowledged that it wasn't, necessarily the most appropriate installation, but they, I guess, felt that the vibrancy and overall look of it was enough for them to approve it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland.
That's my hand's still up. I'll comment that if this is a picture of the actual fence I think it is consistent with other sidewalk patio fencing that we've seen throughout the city. I don't think it's too elaborate. And so I really don't have a problem with it. So consistent with the recommendation of design review, I would approve the fence. As far as the turf, it's, you know, an unusual installation, doesn't occur anywhere else in the city that I'm familiar with. But given that it's in place and it's easily reversible, I would like to give the applicant a chance to keep it in place and see how it's maintained and not dictate its removal until after we've experienced a season or two of the installation and see how it's received by the community and how it's maintained. So I don't have a problem with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. I see that the owner has his hand up. I'm sorry, did you have something that you wanted to add to your response? You are on mute. I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm unmuted. Thank you so much for everyone's time. I also do want to add that, you know, we did, and it was covered prior to, after I raised my hand, that it was presented at design review and approved. But, you know, a couple things I just want to add is that the building, we presented this, they were in full support at design review and in the one of these prior meetings as well. And we went through their vetting process as well. But, you know, we know that the turf is new to Cleveland, but, you know, these unique, cool, trendy, you know, next generation design elements, they have to start somewhere. And I feel like we've done a really respectful and professional job in sort of presenting it and see what it takes. But thank you, Mrs. Strickland, for your comments. And thank you, fellow board members. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions and comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Is the railing physically attached to the building, or does it only attach to the sidewalk?
Sir, I can add to that. It is not attached to the building.
Okay. I don't have an issue with the design of the fence. Personally, I think it's a pretty simple fence and it's found throughout the city. As long as it's not physically attached to the building and it's reversible, I don't see an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Sandberry. Mr. Lozier?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess looking at this photo, does the turf still extend beyond the fence line? And if so, like it's depicted in this image, and if so, I would recommend that be cut back to the fence line. But as my fellow colleagues have mentioned, I don't have an issue with the fence or the turf as well. And I would agree with Mr. Strickland's comment about let's see how this looks after a couple of seasons and potentially reassess. But I think this, to the applicant's point, I think this is creating an interesting vibe that that's sort of in line with current trends, and it is reversible. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My preference probably would have been for the fence as it was originally proposed, the more simple fence with the planters, but that's not what we have. And I think I'd be willing to compromise on the fence, but the green AstroTurf just seems out of place in the historic district. I just can't reconcile with that. So it just is, it just is not in keeping. I realize that the idea is to stand out, but I think it stands out a little bit too much. And I mean, you already have some wonderful, colorful signage there. So I think it's just a little bit overdone with the green AstroTurf. So those are my comments. So thank you.
Ms. Anderson. I guess I will, comment next is that, although my preference would be the original fence on, because I think it was, understated, but provided that ambience that the applicant would like. I don't think the fence that is proposed is beyond what is approvable and for the overall area. Related to so I could compromise on the fence because it is something that is contextual, although not for the building. That would be the preference is to have something to match the building. It is consistent with what's in the general area. Related to the AstroTurf, I'd say I'd align with Mr. Lozier. This is reversible, and we have allowed reversible items for, to try new approaches for retail. That I would recommend that it is all cut back so that it aligns with the fencing and doesn't bleed out like it currently does. It would also demonstrate how it is removed and demonstrate that if there's any issues with it and damaging the sidewalk, it would be determined very quickly. So I could approve the turf if it is with a condition that it is cut back to align with the new fence location. Other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, the owner has his hand up. I wondered if he had further comments.
I have a comment, Madam President.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, since I came in late, I apologize for that, but is the turf waterproof? Like in the wintertime, would it get soggy and?
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes when that gets soggy, it kind of damages the sidewalk, and sometimes it's runny, and it could be, it can look even more, it can get worse in a sense over the season. So I just want to know if it's waterproof.
Yes, ma'am. This is Jason. Thank you for your question. That's a very, very great question. The turf is waterproof, and they have self-draining holes at the bottom of it. So when it does rain, it drains out into the sidewalk onto the street.
Okay. So even though it's waterproof, is it like colorproof in a sense? When it drains off into the sidewalk, it won't, the rest of the sidewalk won't be green. It will still be the the gray concrete color.
Yes, ma'am. This is the same product that they use in NFL facilities. So it's not affected by the sun. It's not affected by the snow, and there's no bleeding color on it either.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions or comments from the commission. Would somebody like to put forward a motion? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the project as presented for the fence and the turf with the stipulation that the footprint of the turf be cut back to the relocated fence line.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Thank you. For the second, Ms. Williams. So we have a motion second. Any further discussion? Okay. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Dreyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier? Mr. Lozier? Yes. Mr. Sambry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trott?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 7-1.
Thank you. And good luck with the continuation or the use of your patio.
Thank you so much, and we'll get that taken care of right away. And again, thank you for all your time and happy holidays to all your families. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays to you also.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Move on to our next applicant located at 1944 East 124th Place. New construction, a single family home.
Madam Chair, as they get settled, we do need to untable this before we hear the case.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to untable?
This is Michelle. I'll move to table.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a second. Mr. Musson, would you like to call roll?
We got Mr. Sambry here trying to make motions in seconds and getting beaten up. All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier, yes. Okay. Mr. Sambry,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trapp.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. And we welcome the applicant, and you'd like to announce yourself and tell us about your project.
Thank you. I'm Robin Garsha here for the house on 124th Place. Good morning to the council and to Council President, Ms. Tremont. And with me is my husband, Rich, the person that will live in the home, Mark Wilson, and our architect, Fred Margulis. So we've gone through the design of this before. This is another view of the front-facing house with the house on the corner to the right of it. And the house to the left of it is a multi-unit rental. So this house would be placed right where you see it in the middle there. The garage doors look like windows. So we've researched a door that doesn't present like there's a garage in the front. It's also set back from the front door of the house by several feet to allow the face of the house to first present the welcoming front door and porch of that door. As requested, we did put together a side-by-side view. We did a drawing of a home that would put the garage in the back. The one on the left shows the home that could be built there with a garage in the back. The one on the right shows the plan that we are proposing to build there. The differences in these homes are that the garage in the back with a driveway along the side and then a driveway entering into the garage paves most of the property. The house on the other side, on the right-hand side, the home that we're proposing with the garage in the front leaves more land unpaved on this property. The positives of that are the sewer runoff, the rain runoff, the water absorbs into the land. It's much better for the environment to have green space and growing things. The oxygenation from plants growing helps everybody in the environment, the neighborhood. And with the mayor now in charge of the mayor's climate council, this fits right in line with what is happening in Cleveland and frankly all over the United States today with environmental concerns. The lot on the left has 2% less building space, but it's because the garage is smaller on the right-hand side. The landscaped yard on the left, the landscaped yard on the right, the one we're trying to build, the one on the right gives us 19% more land space to landscape and yard. The paved area is 17% less in the new building that we want to have. So we are giving, the building space stays about the same on the lot, 42% on the proposed building, as opposed to 44% on the building that would put the garage separate and in the back. So we have less building on the new proposal. We have 20% more land space, open land space on the new proposal. And we have 17% less paved area on the new proposal. So the other change that we made per your suggestion was the roofing materials. And you can see the upper right-hand corner is what the roofing material would be now. We did away with the metal roof, and this is now a regular asphalt shingled roof as you had requested, and we agree. It's a beautiful roof. It fits in nicely with the neighborhood. And then you can see the other materials that we would be using, the brick, the hardy board siding, just look like lap siding, and then the panel for the top of the building. And then, just to show you what the neighborhood street, right there it is. This is a picture, I don't know if you can actually, if you can't see, I'm wondering if you can zoom in on that. But the street is a very narrow street. The parking is up on the sidewalks in most cases, as you can see with the car that's on the right-hand side and the cones that are there to save their parking spaces. This parking space with the garage in the front of the home that we're proposing with the 2-car garage in the front would not actually take away any more spaces than it does now. We have a garage driveway or a driveway entry, and when you parallel park, it takes 2 pull-in spaces. So we would just be taking the 1 space. The house next door to it had a driveway there that we put sidewalk back. So we're actually not, we're getting back to net zero change in the parking cuts that are on the street there. And that's pretty much it. I know that we've reviewed the details of the house before. If you have any questions, we can certainly go back and look at that. But the changes that we made were basically showing that it's so much more environmentally positive to have the garage in front on this small lot in this area, and the roofing material change. Oh, the other thing that we didn't have to present before because it wasn't turned in before the Tuesday is the community support for this project has been overwhelming. Little Italy Review Committee had us come down and present to them, and that's a board of neighborhood leaders, and they sent a letter to the commission. I believe you received it. It was also sent to Councilman President Blaine Griffin, who was favorably, who received the project favorably, and he's our councilman. He's not only council president, he is the councilman in our neighborhood, and he thinks this would be a nice addition to the neighborhood. And the petition that we had a petition that outlined the reasons why this garage in the front is necessary. And we had 40 community members sign that. We would have had many more had we had more email contacts. It was an email letter. But people that we meet on the street were like, when's the house getting built? Because they've come to the block meetings. We have block meetings there, and neighbors all come and discuss various issues happening in the neighborhood. This design was presented to one a few months ago, and they're all just waiting to get it forward. So we haven't had, I wouldn't say we have 100%, let's do it. Some people maybe don't like it, but they like the idea of having the house there, and they're willing to compromise because it's such a nice home for the community there. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the updated presentation. We appreciate it. We'll then move on to public comment.
Madam Chair, we have, Council President Griffin and also Joe Marinucci from Little Italy Redevelopment Corporation here. Wonder if they have anything they'd like to start with.
Hello, can everyone hear me or see me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I support this project. I really appreciate the due diligence that the Landmarks Commission has done. But in reviewing and actually walking through the house myself, and then actually what really has sold me is with the efficiency and the character that this family has built their current home. I believe that this next phase that they want to put in with their daughter only adds value to the neighborhood. I have polled the neighborhood and talked with people from Little Italy as well as some of the other street club folks, and it doesn't seem to be mass objection to this. As you know, Little Italy is a very, very sensitive community when it comes to keeping its integrity, cultural integrity, and how it looks. And they've really tried to comply with all that. So I just want to express my strong support for this, and I hope that this board will consider approving this application for this family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffin.
Chairperson, this is Joe Marinucci representing the Little Italy Redevelopment Corporation. We did have a chance to have a formal presentation by the applicant on their project. And after careful consideration, our board voted to support it. We are extremely sensitive to the issues that the Landmarks Commission raised in the last meeting, but we do believe the quality of the investment and some of the things that they are doing, I think, to mitigate the impact of the garage location warrant its approval. So I just wanted to go on record, and I know we submitted a letter indicating our support.
Thank you, Mr. Marinucci.
I'll add that we did receive and were shared with the commission members the letter of support from the Little Italy Redevelopment Corporation and Council President Griffin, who both obviously said their support. As noted, the petition was circulated offering support for the single family home construction and the green backyard space. And so that was also sent to commission members for review. Some petition signers added additional comments, particularly indicating support for the proposed garage door design.
Thank you for that update. We'll move on to Landmark staff review comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, staff would just like to thank the applicants for their efforts to incorporate many of the design comments that were made at the previous meetings. That being said, we would like to remind the commission that when we look at context, code guides us that we should look within 250 feet in each direction. Well, this presentation has shown us neighboring examples that support the proposal. We shouldn't be picking and choosing instances that only support the argument of appropriateness. A lot of the, images I'm referring to were in a previous presentation. We kind of skipped past them quickly in this one, but the commission members had the opportunity to view the presentation beforehand. Furthermore, several of the examples that were drawn from projects that were approved before the changes in code that prohibits front-loaded garages. For example, which one is it? It's one of them. The bottom, 1991 East 126th Street was approved, a year before the code changed, and that had the hardship of backing up to the cemetery, leaving little to no space behind the home for a garage. Just like to point out that at our last meeting, the commission saw a new construction proposal just down the street on a similarly narrow lot that found a way to allow room for a driveway alongside the new house. While that was a concept and we've not seen the final proposal, they're proceeding with the design of a narrow, contextually appropriate house to allow room for a driveway along one side. We understand that this is a narrow parcel and it's a challenge to make a non-front-loaded garage work. Our issue is not so much with the appearance of the front-loaded garage, as the architect's done a nice job of masking the fact that there is a garage there. Our primary concern is with functionality and impact on the neighborhood. Proposed double width driveway would remove on-street parking. Mrs. Garsha sort of outlined how that works with the, adding and subtracting. It would also create a larger driveway for pedestrians to cross and navigate. Staff still feels that there's a solution here that would negate the need for a front-loaded garage, something similar to the concept that Ms. Garcia shared with us earlier during her presentation. So.
Okay. Thank you for the summary of the staff comments. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who'd like to start us off, Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a procedural question. If Landmarks were to approve this project, does the applicant still have to go to BZA for a variance because of the code issue excluding front-loaded garages?
Yes, Mr. Strickland, that's correct.
All right, so the applicant's aware that even if Landmarks was to approve this, they're still subject to the approval of BZA.
Yes.
All right, well, I think, the code change was fairly recent. And, it's important that we follow code, but each case needs to be looked at on an individual basis. And I think the extraordinary effort that this applicant has taken to adapt this single-family house design to the neighborhood is commendable. And in this particular case, I would support the front-loaded garage, given the support that's been expressed by the local community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could go to the image with the map of the, there we go, that one. With respect to pedestrians walking by the this particular house, because of the location, the community, there isn't a lot of there's probably not going to be a lot of pedestrian traffic through that street. You're backing up to the cemetery, and I think there's a wall there, so there's no access in any way, shape, or form. So it's not like it's an area where there's going to be a lot of pedestrian activity. The community support for this project and the great effort that the applicant put into making a design that is compatible and masks the garages causes me to support this project and to want to see it move forward. So I'm in agreement with Mr. Strickland, and I think we should approve this.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions or comments from the commission?
I just want to, Madam President, I just want to say I also echo Mr. Strickland and Ms. Anderson. I think the house is beautiful, designed. We did the tour early part this year, but just to the design itself, when I was there, I just think it's something that's going to move forward in the environment of housing. Housing structure is changing, but the look of the housing is going to change in every community. So I think the design is absolutely beautiful, and I do support this project.
Thank you, Councilman. Other questions or comments from the commission?
Quick procedure. I did arrive late, my apologies, but I have reviewed the presentation. May I vote? Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dulick. Sorry, I'm struggling a little bit having to be online today. Did you have a question?
Just to make sure that I could vote because I did arrive late.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Other questions or comments? Go ahead, Mr.
I don't know if he got an answer to his question, but I would say that if you feel comfortable that you've seen enough in this presentation, you're certainly open to vote.
Thank you.
All right. So we're seeing no further comments. I would move to approve this project as presented.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Alan, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick? Yes. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Sandberry,
Yeah.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing your project move forward and the outcome of your BZA review.
Thank you very much, all your efforts and comments. You know, obviously, we took everything to heart.
Thank you.
God bless. You know, when she passed the bar, she's the attorney at law.
Well,
She's
then-
gonna be in DC, Chicago, and London.
Are we ready to continue on?
Yeah, if you can go ahead and call the next case.
Okay. We'll then welcome the next applicant located 1070 East Boulevard, Hungarian Cultural Gardens.
Madam Chair, I'd like to quickly do an introduction before we start the presentation. Earlier this year, a review of installations at the Cultural Garden revealed a number of projects that did not follow proper procedures for installation. At the request of the mayor's office, we have been tasked with finding those projects and completing proper reviews. This project and the next one on the agenda are two of those, and a part of that initiative. Much like the Serbian garden that we reviewed a few months ago, the Hungarian garden is here for a new installation and retroactive approval of other elements. And then I'd like to turn it over to their representatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. My name is Caroline Baylog, and I represent the Cleveland Hungarian Cultural Garden. And we are located on East Boulevard is our main entrance. And we are looking for approval for a walkway on the lower garden that enters and exits on MLK Boulevard. Currently, there is the main entrance on East Boulevard, and then a entrance on MLK. What you're looking at right now is a certificate of appropriateness for the Wings of Peace statue, and I was going to address the walkway, which is a total new project that we are looking for approval on. In the lower garden on Martin Luther King, there is a north entryway into the garden. On the south end of the garden, after you follow the path, there is no entry or exit way. And at the original design for the garden, which was 85 years ago, no one, foresaw that the traffic on and foot traffic on MLK was going to be as frequent and commonly used as it is today. So when visitors to the garden are entering in the north walkway, there is no exit for them to go through. And so they are backed up and have to then leave through the entryway that they entered. The walkway proposed would be a continuation of the walkway through the garden going south and then exiting south also. The walkway is 6 feet long and consists of a gravel type composition. The original design in 1934 did not include this walkway, nor was there the Centennial Plaza on for the Cultural Garden Federation that's on MLK. So the the pedestrians are much more frequent now, and the Centennial Plaza has brought pedestrians, and there's also the bicycle way going down MLK, which increases, you know, the spectators and visitors to the garden. The walkway consists of a gravel pathway and leads up into the south garden. So it is 6 feet long, and we have the picture of the garden as it, at the proposed walkway as it exits the garden onto the sidewalk on MLK. That is the new proposal that we are putting forward. Did you have any questions about the new proposal?
I would continue with your entire presentation. We'll discuss everything.
Okay.
Else, please.
Okay. Also present in the lower garden on MLK is the legacy wall that was established approximately 10 years ago. And on the legacy wall, we have installed a metal sculpture, which we have entitled Wings of Peace. The sculpture is made of stainless steel. It measures approximately 6 feet, and the wing extension goes to 8 feet. It is on the legacy wall that and on the pedestal as shown right now. It's centrally located in the lower garden, and I apologize for not getting the proper permits and from the Landmark Commission to install this metal statue, assuming that since we had the permit for the pedestal and the wall, we went to the Federation, and after that, with their approval, installed it. So I apologize that we did not go to the Landmark Commission nor to the city. The statue was dedicated June 27, 2021. So we're going back 2 years, and I'm sorry that I haven't come before the Landmark Commission before today. But the girl of this Wings of Peace statue is made of stainless steel pieces welded together, and it's surrounded by a stainless steel flowers that are common to the Hungarian culture and to the Hungarian landscape. They are also welded in place. The girl is emerging from this bed of Hungarian style flowers. The girl is releasing a bird dove, signifying a dove apiece. And this keeps in with the total motto for the entire Federation of Gardens, which is peace through mutual understanding. So this Hungarian maid is signifying the release and the desire for peace. The girl is facing 40 degrees to her right towards the north side of the garden, and the stainless steel platform that she is adhered to is 4 foot high and 8 by 8 feet. The third item that we're looking for approval for from the Landmark Commission are 2 additional monoliths to the Franz Liszt monolith in the upper garden that faces on East Boulevard. The Franz Liszt monolith has been there since 1934 when ground was broken and the garden was dedicated to Franz Liszt at that time and continues to be dedicated to Franz Liszt, a composer and musician of Hungarian origin. We have added monoliths of Bartók, Béla Bartók, and Zoltán Koldai, who were both students of the Franz Liszt Academy and then went on to fame. They worked together on music and recorded and the folk music of Hungary, and then went on to their own compositions. But they're probably the 3 most famous, and their origin was with the Franz Liszt Academy in Budapest, and that's the reason why we chose the 2 composers and musicians to accompany Franz Liszt in the Hungarian garden. Franz Liszt was originally a bas relief, and the monolith was added sometime in the 70s. And we added the 2 other composers, Bartók and Koldai, within the last year and a half. We're looking for approval for those, and I apologize for not getting permission to put those up to accompany Franz Liszt before today. The inscriptions on the monoliths are Béla Bartók and his date of birth and death, and Zoltán Koldai and they match completely with the Franz Liszt inscriptions. The size is also very similar, and they are made of granite inserts on the monolith and the etchings. The sizes are 26 by 10 by 36 high. And the existing is just a bit larger. We kept Franz Liszt in prominence by a 30-inch by 12 by 39 granite. There are drawings of the two monoliths that have been added, and they are included in the packet if we have that. Are there any questions of these three projects?
Thank you for the presentation. We're going to go through a little bit more review and then we'll get to questions. So we will go through design review committee recommendations.
Yeah, would you like me to say something, Julie?
Yes, please. Go ahead with your summary of your review.
Yes, this is Lori Ashik from the Cultural Gardens Federation. These projects have been approved by the Design Review Committee of the Cultural Gardens and the Cultural Gardens Board. In regard to the new project, the Pathway, yes, that was recently approved at the November board meeting. One of the things I would add to Carolyn's presentation, and she was talking about the increased pedestrian traffic, that lower level, both levels of the Hungarian Garden do get an awful lot of traffic, particularly during the summer when there are weddings. The Hungarian Garden and there are weddings almost every weekend in the Cultural Gardens. People reserve those spots, those gardens for private events, for weddings, and the Hungarian Garden and the Italian Garden are the most popular gardens for those weddings, and so the both levels of the Hungarian Garden do get an awful lot of traffic. And I think that the feeling of the board was that this path is complementary to what's already there, and supported the project.
Thank you for the summary. We'll move on to landmark staff review comments.
Madam Chair, just real quick, if I may, before staff provides its comments, we have Ms. Tara Petras here, our city's public art coordinator. I think she wanted to speak. Pleases the chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Peters. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First, I wanted to commend the beauty of the Wings of Peace sculpture and meaning behind the design. I just wanted to reiterate, I know I had conversations with Cultural Gardens several years ago, pre-pandemic, that because of our outdoor works of art ordinance, that all outdoor works of art, particularly things like sculptures, statues, murals and such, functional art needs to be reviewed. I need to be involved in that process so that I'm aware of what public art is going up through the city and can keep track of it. And I did have a few questions, and I need to be involved early on, so I'm involved in the design committee process as well as landmarks commission, so I can help support getting these installations done. And I can appreciate that this is a retroactive review. I had a few questions. One was the artist for the walkway, or sorry, not the walkway, for the Wings of Peace sculpture. I wanted to know who the artist was, if there is an identifying plaque at the location. And I believe I missed when the last two monoliths were installed. I think he did say it, and I missed them here. So I need to know those things, but those are the types of things that I need to know so I can keep inventory of the public art around the city for public knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peters.
Excuse me, I didn't understand the question or didn't hear that. Could you repeat?
It's a little hard to hear online. Would you mind going a little bit closer? I think it was you were asking who the artist of the Wings of Peace sculpture is. Was there a question with that?
Sorry, I was across the room. I'm online too in my office. But one of the questions was who the artist is for the Wings of Peace sculpture and if there was an artist for the monoliths. So the artist was one question. The other question was if there's an identifying plaque for these features at the site and when the last two monoliths were installed.
Starting with the last question, the last two monoliths of Bartok and Kodai were installed about a year and a half ago. The artist was commissioned through the Sheffield Monument, and the artist for the monoliths is not indicated, no. The art for the metal sculpture Wings of Peace is Ken Roby, who has done numerous projects in the Hungarian garden, and one was about 20 years ago. He redid our gate, which was installed in 1938. So it was a refurbishing of this gate and stands today proudly in the garden with the inscription of 1934. Also installed our walkways, wrought iron walkways leading from the upper garden to the lower garden. So the artist's name is Ken Roby, R-O-B-Y.
Thank you. And is there an identifying plaque with that information at the site?
Yes. He has his inscription on the back of the statue on one of the stainless steel pieces.
All right, to move on to the landmark staff review. Staff supports the retroactive approval of this project. We would like to see some detail or description of how the vertical monoliths with the plaques are installed and affixed to the wall, just to ensure that there's no, no gaps between the surfaces that would allow for water intrusion and freeze thaw issues. We encourage the applicants to apply for a permit retroactively for the work that's already been completed, and then a second permit application for the new proposed work. And then specifically regarding the walkways, our feeling is that crushed stone of some type could be appropriate, but we want to ensure accessibility. The proposed 57 gravel that you see an image of, an example of 57s up on the screen now. We think that could create a hardship for anyone in a wheelchair with other mobility issues. The 57s may provide a good base for the walkway, but something like a number 8 or something smaller, even like a crushed lime, could be tamped down or compacted to create a firm and level surface that would offer accessibility to those who would otherwise have trouble navigating the larger size gravel.
I believe the description of the 57 gravel says that it packs down into a solid base that is permeable. So there would not be any runoff concerns, but it also is a flat surface. It does not shift or create sinking issues like round gravel does. It is not a type of gravel that is enticing to be picked up and thrown by youth or individuals looking to cause damage.
I guess our concern is just primarily with essentially the average diameter of each piece of gravel, that it's small enough that, not concerned about runoff as much as, you know, a narrow wheel trying to roll over it or something like that. So
I think we need to see some examples of how it looks actually installed, which I think would help understand that a little bit better.
Okay. Those are good comments. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments.
Madam Patterson, yes.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
Well, I'm just a little confused. This is first time I'm hearing about the presentation about the Hungarian garden. So I'm just a little bit confused of what is actually going to be mounted, or, you know, what is actually going to be the new structure, or as Carl just said, and Dave said about the gravel. I'm just a little bit confused about, I guess, maybe the whole presentation. I'm not familiar with the Hungarian garden, so per se. So as I think Carl just said, I just need a little bit more insight on what the whole space looked like. Maybe I need to go look at it, but right now, just got lost in the presentation.
Madam Chair, I can help, I think. What you're looking up on the screen right now, this is what's proposed for new. This is the crushed gravel. It's 6 feet wide by 54, and it's connecting the lower level to the existing garden. If you look here, this is the garden on the lower level itself. There is an upper garden as well. So the new is going into the lower only at the top of the screen, which is planned south. So that's the only installation that's going in that's new. The other two items are both, and the first item, the Wings of Peace, is on the lower level as well. It's in the center. You can see there's that centered portion. That's where it's already installed. So they're asking for retroactive approval of that.
Okay.
And then the two monoliths are on the upper portion, flanking the previously existing. Those are already installed as well.
Okay.
So that's a retroactive approval.
Thank
I
you.
think there's a photo that was submitted of the 3 monoliths within the upper garden on the wall. There it is. So we have to our right on the picture would be the main entrance on East Boulevard. And then to the left, the walkway and stairway that goes to the lower garden. So the monoliths are attached to the garden just as the Franz Liszt, and it's with the cement concrete, whatever composition.
Okay, thank you for that update. Any other questions, Councilman, or are we good to move forward?
No more questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I commend the applicant for a very thoughtful presentation covering all these issues, the retroactive request for approval and for the new gravel path. I agree with comments from staff that the 57 stone aggregate size is too large to serve, even as a compacted surface. It is too large, and I would recommend adding limestone screenings to the 57s to when it's compacted, it tightens up that gravel surface. And I'm sure the contractor, the Patty Group, is very familiar with that and could add those screenings that the limestone finds to that 57 stone mix. I agree with the comments suggesting it's not a requirement, but a suggestion that they add some kind of identifying plaque. I was intrigued by the presentation in terms of the origin of the nature of the sculpture and the fact that she's rising out of traditional Hungarian landscape. And I think a identifying plaque that explains that would be of tremendous interest to those people that are walking through the garden, so that they understand the nature of why that sculpture and what it represents to the Hungarian culture. So those are my comments, and I'll look forward to the comments from the rest of my commission members. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that.
Mr. Strickland? I'll echo what has already been said, although, we are looking at this retroactively. I think the sensitivity to trying to maintain the original approach is here. And I do, appreciate all the thought that has gone into this in the sculpture and the additional sculptures that we're seeing here. My only comment, I do agree with the comments on the the stone path, that I do think for ADA accessibilities, screening at minimum should be added, or rethinking the materiality. I don't have a problem with the walk itself. It's just the material so that it's ADA compliant,
Okay.
because you do get so much foot traffic. At minimum, I would go from the plastic borders to either a brick or stone, border, to align with the configuration of your existing walks. You have such beautiful, looks like limestone and brick, walks as it is right now. Using those materials, if you do stay with the stone material in the center, would then allow it to feel like it's a continuation of the walks that are there versus a cut through, that may be added afterwards.
Good, thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion? Ms. Anderson?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just something else occurred to me, that this applicant indicated that this project for the sculpture at least had been presented to the Cultural Garden Foundation. And I wondered if there's any procedures that are being put in place to direct applicants to presentation to landmarks in the future, so that we're not looking at these projects retroactively.
Yeah, Mr. Strickland, the staff has been working with the Cultural Gardens Federation and the mayor's office to ensure that process is followed in the future, and to try and bring everyone into compliance, and then with projects as they move forward, to ensure they go through proper procedures moving forward.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, you seem to be on mute if you're speaking.
I am. Sorry, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to say that I'm in agreement with the comments of my fellow commissioners. And I have a question regarding the gravel path. Typically, in the city of Cleveland, the sidewalks are not usually plowed, but I'm just wondering about, maintenance, any kind of issues with, the gravel being displaced, or any research that's been done into, ongoing stability of those walks. So that's my question. If you can fill me in, thank you.
I think I hate to answer for the city of Cleveland, but the towpath was done in gravel, and I don't know how old it is now, 15, 20 years old, has stood the test of time. But I noticed in the paper just this past week that they're going to start redoing some parts of the towpath. And because of the heavy use of it. So I guess the, gravel has stood up for 15 or how many years old it is now. And I would hope that the cultural gardens would also, have the same life expectancy.
Thank you.
But I can't talk for the city of Cleveland, so I don't know where else it is used. I only know what I read.
Oh, Madam Chair, you're muted again.
Sorry, have my dogs that are some little boisterous here. Any other questions or comments from the commissioner, or someone would like to put forward a motion? Mr. Strickland?
Madam Chair, I would move to approve all three projects as presented with a stipulation that the applicant provide details for the installation of the statue and the monolith to staff for record. And that they look at the gravel surface being used for the proposed walkway to make sure that it's ADA accessible.
All right, thank you, Mr. Strickland. We have a motion with conditions. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sandberry. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer, Mr. Dryer, Mr. Dulac? Yes. Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trott?
Yes,
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
excellent. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your time.
We'll then move on to our next applicant, located at 890 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, African American Cultural Garden.
Thank you. I'm Levita Ewing, and this is my husband, Carl Ewing. And first of all, I want to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to be here to present for the African American Cultural Garden. We are asking for retroactive approval of the civil rights marker at the African American Garden. On this picture here, you see that the African American Garden is number 4 on this. So we are located at 890 MLK Boulevard at the St. Clair exit. We're the only garden that goes on the west side from the top of the hill to the bottom of the hill. So we start at Wheelock Avenue, where we have the door of no return, and our civil rights marker is installed at the MLK end of the garden. This picture shows the existing conditions of the garden. We worked with our architect, Dan Bickerstaff, to decide the appropriate place of the marker. And that was submitted to the Ohio History Connection, the Cleveland Restoration Society, for approval. And so the marker itself was installed by the City of Cleveland Department of Traffic and Engineering. The marker was part of our Juneteenth celebration. The installation was part of our Juneteenth celebration. This picture shows the entire design of the monument, part of which has not been constructed yet, but the marker itself does not interfere with the overall design of what the monument will look like. This is a picture of the marker. What is on the marker is the African American Cultural Garden was a struggle for equitable access to public space in Cleveland during the Civil Rights era. Between 1961 and 1977, Black Clevelanders sought space to celebrate Black pride and culture within Cleveland's Cultural Garden. Activists lobbied the Cleveland Garden Federation, City Council, and engaged the Black community to acquire a garden space. When the African American Cultural Garden was dedicated on October 23, 1977, dignitaries from Ghana, Togo, Kenya, and Tanzania were joined by national, state, and city officials to celebrate the first garden space assigned to a community of color. So we are so excited to be a part of the Cleveland Civil Rights Trail. Our marker is consistent with other markers that are in the cultural gardens. The design of the marker itself, the placement of the marker in terms of where the garden is all part of what we did to make sure that the garden, that our marker was in a place where people could see and enjoy and know the significance of the African American garden. Any questions?
Madam Chair, you seem to be muted again.
Seems like a consistent thing here. Sorry about that. Thank you for the presentation. We will start, before we get to questions, we will begin with design review committee comments.
I can speak to the committee. We also have Paul Burke here, who's the chair of this committee. But yeah, this did not come before this committee for review, but I think I can speak for the Federation, saying that we support this marker and think that the recognition of the African American Garden on the Civil Rights Trail is well deserved. And we know that it was in keeping, the design was in keeping with the other historical markers in the cultural gardens.
Thank you, Ms. Ashik. We'll move on to landmark staff review comments.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say, typically this type of historical marker installation would be administratively approved and something we're very supportive of. Since it's already been installed, we brought it to the commission, like we're doing with all these retroactive approval cases in the cultural gardens. Staff recommends approval. We would just like to note the appropriate orientation that allows a pedestrian to read both sides of the plaque without having to stand in or right along the edge of the street. You know, having it perpendicular to the street makes it much more visible and accessible. So good job on that.
Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. I guess I'll start us off. I would agree with staff comments that I think although we would prefer to see this first or have it, reviewed by staff first, I think it's consistent with what is in other locations and or doesn't obstruct the garden in the future. So I'm in support of it.
Madam President, I just want to say I do support it as well. I think it's in a great location. It's absolutely going to be a historical environment. So I just support it as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilwoman. Other questions or comments from the commission? Dr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I think the garden, the African American Cultural Garden, is a beautiful place to be in the world. It's a wonderful addition to the other landmarks, if you will, in the Glenville community. And certainly the progress that they made in recent years, especially I think since 2014, 2015, it's been nothing short of amazing. And I just want to say thank you for what you've done so far. Keep up the good work. And thank you for getting on the civil rights trail. It's not just about the natural environment, it's about that struggle. And I think the language used on the marker does a good job of letting readers know what it has taken to get the garden from its very humble beginnings to where it is right now. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Any further questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion? Any other questions or comments, or would someone like to put forward a motion? Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move to approve this application as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Do we have a second?
Chair, I second the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Doolittle? Yes. Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Stanbury,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Trout.
Yes.
I'm sure the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll then move on to our next applicant located at 3052 Albion Road, siding installation.
Yes, good morning. This is Nick Hill from Garfield. Good morning to the committee and all those members. Just wanted to follow up here. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Back about a month ago, we're looking to do siding here on our client's house here, the contractor on the project. We're looking to install vinyl siding on the home. Initially, we're requesting to do 4.5-inch Dutch lap for the home and remove the shutters as well. One of the agreements and one of the concerns is really keep where you can see on the house, on the front portion of it, the front profile, there's 2 vertical sides going down the side of the house, which we were going to go ahead and cap those or cover those with aluminum to keep the historical look and the natural look of the house. One of the things that was contingent on the approval, 2 things actually, was the shutters to remain on the house and was to keep the 7-inch profile of the siding thickness in regards to the clapboard versus going to our more modern Dutch lap. I'm not sure if you did receive the email last Friday. Went around the neighborhood within a block radius, either direction of the house, where there are several examples where a lot of customers in that neighborhood have currently either 4 or 4.5-inch Dutch lap that is currently on their home within the area. So one of the things I wanted to address, come to the table with, is that example 1 here, this is actually a block down the street from the customer's house. On this here, you can see, again, if you can zoom it up closer, this house is covered in Dutch lap. There's another example of a house that's also in Dutch lap, that right there as well. Does have the shutters, and they're okay, I guess, with it being basically saying that if they must keep the shutters, they're okay with that. But the main concern for them is being able to go with Dutch lap, given there are countless examples within the neighborhood that do have Dutch lap versus having to go with the 7-inch clapboard or traditional style look of the house. Where I did look too, that there were, if those homes that did have that traditional clapboard of anywhere between 6, 7, or 8 inch, the homes still traditionally have the original wood, and or they have aluminum on the house that was covered over the wood to still give it that profile. But there are a lot of homes that with new vinyl siding or with traditional newer siding on it either went with maybe a shake, or they went with a smaller vinyl, either if they are clapboards 4 or 5 inch, or they do have Dutch lap on their house.
I'm assuming, is that the end of your presentation?
Yes. I mean, they're okay. I went in front of the committee before. Everything is fine in regards to what we're doing for the siding. The color and everything is fine. One of the things I was looking for is just getting the approval instead of sticking with the traditional profile of the original wood on the house, which is about a 7-inch clapboard, a 7-inch space, is going to a 4.5-inch Dutch lap. And on top of that as well, is removing the shutters and giving it that profile without having the shutters on the house.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We'll begin with Design Review Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Shaker Square Ludlow Design Review Committee on November 21st. The committee recommended approval, but had conditions, as mentioned, to maintain the 7-inch exposure that's existing on the home, profile of the existing clapboard siding, and the decorative trim, keep the shutters, and be sure to include or retain the decorative elements with that unique trim style on the house.
All right, thank you. And Landmark staff review comments?
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. Staff recommends denials presented of the 4.5-inch Dutch lap siding. Given that we have no evidence of smaller reveal siding on this house, any siding replacement should match the existing, which appears to be the original siding for the house. Essentially, we just see no evidence of the appropriateness for going to the smaller 4.5-inch reveal Dutch lap siding here. Many of the examples that were shown were not approved by this body or the city's Department of Building and Housing, as there's an inordinate amount of work without permits in this area. I guess that being said, I just remind the commission that we look at cases on a case-by-case basis. So even if siding is appropriate in one location, does not make it appropriate everywhere.
Thank you for the summary of your comments. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Mr. Strickland.
Madam Chair, I commend the applicant for wanting to upgrade and improve their home. But I agree with the comments from the Design Review Committee that the profile of the siding should be retained at the original size, assuming it's 7-inch lap on the siding, and that the trim around the windows be maintained and the shutters be maintained on the front of the house as well. Thank you.
Mr. Lozier. Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Mr. Lozier.
Thanks, Madam Chair. A couple of questions. So remind me, what's the existing siding material? Is that wood or is that aluminum?
Mr. Hill, would you like to respond?
Yes, the current material on the house right now is wood. There's no aluminum, there's no vinyl, anything like that of that nature currently right now on the house. It is wood.
Thank you. And what's the reason to replace with the vinyl siding? Is it from a maintenance perspective? Is it a cost perspective? Just hoping to understand that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is from a maintenance aspect of it. We're to consistently or constantly continue to paint the house, either a year-to-year basis, every 2 years. My clients are definitely on the older side. So to go ahead and pay to paint paint the house and keep it maintained up in that aspect of it. They do not want to do. In regards to the vinyl siding, going vinyl versus any other aspect of it, it is definitely one of the most cost efficient material to put on the house versus 20, 25, 30 years ago, which would potentially have been aluminum. They wanted to go an aspect where they can have something that's going to look nice, give their home a good profile, low maintenance, which vinyl siding is. They do have the warranties that are backed by the manufacturer. They also have the warranty backed by us. They wanted to have it where it would be low maintenance. And one of the things we're doing, I do apologize, is that we will be keeping the profile of the windows, which we will be capping in aluminum, and keeping the profile of the wood around it. Same thing with the frieze board up top going down to the vertical sides to keep the look of the house. And if the shutters is something that's needed as well, we can do that. However, the tough part is that in regards to a 7-inch vinyl siding, it really doesn't exist. It, for the most part, would have to be aluminum, finding that, and is having to have that be painted versus going a more cost efficient, cheaper route that would be vinyl siding.
Thank you. And is the intent to remove the original wood siding and replace with the vinyl, or to cover over the existing wood siding?
We will
preserve the wood siding.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we would be preserving the wood. It will not be stripped down. We will go ahead and put 3/8 of an inch insulation covering all over the wood that is perforated to give it breathability. Then we will go ahead and side over that.
Thank you. And then I'm under the impression with the typical siding installation where at the building corners, those will no longer remain sort of in that mitered way that they are today, and they'll sort of terminate in sort of an edge, sort of a 90-degree edge banding on the outside corners. Is that correct?
That is correct. There will be corner posts and inside posts that will be covering the corners of the house.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. I think one of the I understand from a maintenance standpoint that this is something that's very desirable. I think the home itself today has a lot of charm because it is wood sided. You do have the detail as the miter detail at the corners, as the siding wraps the corners, the wood siding wraps the corners. I think you had mentioned you're looking to maintain sort of the flat sort of pilaster verticals that are sort of decorative to the front of the home. So that element will be retained, but I think it's a bummer to cover a really charming wood-clad house with vinyl siding. But the fact that you are retaining the siding, the wood siding behind for potential future exposure, I would be okay, I think, with the vinyl.
If it's okay, one thing also like to bring up, I know between Dutch slab and clapboard, Dutch slab is obviously more of a modern look. Now, with clapboard, with the color of it, is that if you're looking at the front profile of the home, the house immediately to the immediate left there does have currently aluminum on it, but the house immediate to the right does have vinyl, 4 or 5 inch clapboard. I apologize, I did not measure. If it's okay, and I think they'll be fine with it, is that keeping the shutters, but going with a 5-inch clapboard, even though it's about 1.5 inches, 2 inches shy of what the initial wood is, but it would still give it that historical look to it, which will be a 5-inch clapboard versus going Dutch lap.
Mr. Lozier, did you have any feedback or So I think that Mr. Hill was asking, based on your comments, I'd like to make some comments after that too.
I think we're limited to the size of the size of what's available in vinyl. I would also prefer that it would be the 7-inch to match the existing, but understanding that that's not something that's available. I guess that's what I'm hearing is that the 7-inch is not available.
If you looked at the Certainty cedar board product that is 7 inches.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes, so we have, but in regards to material, in regards to the cost as well, that's what it came down to. It came down to the color profile that's similar to the house, and it also came down to the cost of installing what will be close to that 7-inch versus having to go out of pocket or going a different color.
Because it does appear that there is a 7-inch vinyl that is available by Certainty, the cedar board product. And there are a variety of different colors in that.
1 second here as I pull it up.
Just to, and I'm sorry, Mr. Lozier, I cut you off. I just, looking at this and I think we're trying to meet the owner's requirements and budgets, but we do have to try to meet some of the architectural aesthetics, as Mr. Lozier was alluding to. And I think, if we're compromising on materials, then proportions should be maintained so that it maintains as much of the original character and charm that the house had. The color, I think, is a very, very nice color, but I think it's very similar to colors, variety of colors that are available in vinyl.
Okay. Yep, I do see that here. Upon approval, to go back to them and speak with them on the cedar boards, in regards to cost, that's the other thing too, is that I'm not looking at the cost of it. The cost is probably, if we're looking at it, is going to be several $1,000s more, because it is probably a thicker material, wider material, specialty order for that, compared to going with 5-inch, which is 2-inch different. And again, only reason I bring this up is because the home that's directly adjacent to the right of it does have clapboard, but on a smaller profile.
I think that's, something that other commission members can weigh in on. Mr. Lozier just said he would be okay with it, based on, I'm sorry, Mr. Lozier, I cut you off. So do you want to give your opinion on that, since I really cut you off before?
No, I appreciate you cutting me off, Madam Chair, because based on discussion thus far, it was mentioned that the 5-inch was the only product that was available. I think that if there is a Certainty product that could be investigated and understood from a cost perspective, if that was an option and a viable option, I would prefer it going in that direction, matching the 7-inch. So thank you for mentioning that.
And I would agree with Mr. Lozier that I would prefer the 7-inch also. If there's an issue with budget, then the conversation could be had with staff differently. But that would be my preference, 7 inches. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at this picture, looking at the windows on the side of the house, there appears to be like a drip cap at the head of the windows. And when we discussed retaining the trim details, I wondered if that drip cap can be replicated in a wrapped material, or whether that would be cut off and covered.
That on the left side or right side of the home?
This, we're looking at this mustard colored house right in the middle of the picture, the side of the house.
Yes.
It
Okay.
appears as though there's a shadow line indicating like a drip cap at the head of the window right there.
Yes, that can definitely be replicated. Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So I think that we've put forth, as part of the discussion, various recommendations on what we would like to see. So I would like to suggest that we table this project and have the applicant research other materials, the use of other dimensions, and a straight clapboard siding, and come back showing those alternatives. And I would be open to the look of the 5-inch as well as the 7-inch. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland. So there has been the recommendation to table this, Mr. Hill, to allow you the time to research this and talk to the owner. We would need your approval to table it, and it would give you the time to do that investigation, have that conversation, or we could move forward with what you present on, and you have heard the feedback so far on from the commission. So do we have your permission to table this so that you can do the research and talk to the owner, or would you like us to proceed?
No, you can go ahead and table it. One of the questions I do have actually for you as well is color preference. Obviously, there are colors that are very similar that I'm pulling up here that it could be close to it. A Savannah wicker, maybe a desert tan, a light maple. And in regards to those color palettes, would those be bringing it to and doing my research on it? Would that be sufficient color for it? Or is there a color preference that maybe the committee is looking for?
I think we always recommend to look at Sherwin-Williams or Benjamin Moore historic colors for the time period of the house, and look there first for color recommendations, so that it's in line with the age of the house. So if those are aligned in those palettes, then I'm sure we would support the color.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand. As long as it's within the realm of that color palette, then it would be appropriate.
That's my personal opinion. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So we have a motion to table. We have permission. And Mr. Strickland, you made a motion to table, correct? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I moved to table.
All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
All right. Thank you. We have a second. Any further
Madam
discussion?
Chair?
Yes.
Yes, Madam, if I may, if this is an older couple and concerns about money, I would recommend that they contact the city and community development and see what additional funding options they have for aging in place, and through that to help defray some of the cost of that gap of the higher cost of a more appropriate siding for this building.
And,
great suggestion.
Yeah, and I want to say something because I'm the council in that ward. I agree with Carl on that, to definitely let the owners understand, the cost of what's going to bring them to this house for the investment that the site is going to have, and also what else needs to be done per se, because this is a historical area, and I do myself get a lot of feedback on the when homeowners want to renovate their homes, and they go out and have these constructions. These contractors come out to give them advice, but it's the wrong advice for this particular area. but they need to be more educated to understand what is needed on these historical homes in this particular area per se, you know, dealing with calls. So I do agree with Carl on that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gray. So we have a motion, we have a second. Mr. Musson, would you like to call roll, please?
Sure. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick? Yes. Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trout.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you return after your research and conversations. You can return as early as 2 weeks if there is room on that agenda.
Thank you
Please
so much.
contact staff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll then move on to our next applicants located at 10834 Grantwood Avenue demolition.
Hi, I'm Jillian Bellino. I am a demolition compliance officer with the Demolition Bureau in the Department of Building and Housing. I am going to be presenting 2 different cases today. The first one is 10834 Grantwood. I guess just for a little bit of context, we brought 10821 Grantwood to Landmarks 2 weeks ago, and that was approved for demolition. That case was a bit more difficult than this one. So we'll go through these ones together. On this slide, the red one is one that was approved last commission meeting. And the one we're going to talk about now is in the blue. And then the last one we'll talk about is in the red. Or I'm sorry, is in the green. Just wanted to give context there. For context also, the one to the left of the green one, I think that one may be vacant. There's a tree down on it. Not sure if it still looked that way, but it did last month or 2 months ago. So I just wanted to put that in context as well. You guys can go to the next slide. And I'm sorry, I'm going to talk fast. So this is the front elevation of 10834 Grantwood Avenue. It's really pretty. It was once, I'm sure, gorgeous. You can go ahead and go through. So the owner of this is JZM Realty LLC. Just did some research on it. They're based out of Chicago. They've owned it since 2008. It was forfeited to the state of Ohio in 2018. That does not mean that the state is the owner. But they do have the right to transfer the property to new ownership. This property has been condemned since August of 2012. We have 6 formal complaints in our database system with Acela since 2006, and we have boarded it up 6 times since 2011. I think when I was doing my research, if this is the one, I think when this JZM Realty purchased it, they had been rented out for a couple years, and then it stopped being rented out. So it's been vacant since approximately 2009, and then the back taxes are currently at $51,000. And like I said, so this has been forfeited to the state since 2018, and the state, like I said, is not the owner. They do have rights. So this is essentially readily available for rehabilitation to any public or private party. I believe any private party who is interested would work with CCLRC, the Cuyahoga County Land Bank, to acquire it. You guys can go through. So it's on Grantwood, which is, let me see here, south of Drexel and north of Tacoma, in between East 105 and Parkwood. It's just a little more site context, and then kind of, again, just a little bit more up close. You can see there's a few houses on the block missing. And there's just some photos here. Front yard is overgrown. Not the worst we've seen, but it's definitely getting there. Yeah, vines all over the rear. The interior was not terrible, just surprising for something that's been vacant for this long. So don't really, these are just some photos of the adjacent structures. And this is the structures across the street. I will say there's a lot of eyes on these properties. My colleague Beth and I were out and they called the cops on us. So, so people are watching these properties, which is great. It was like 10:30 on Thursday. So folks are watching. But our site plan for this would be to demolish, remove the foundation, and backfill with topsoil, seed and straw. Our final comments are is that it's been readily available for rehabilitation since 2018, and nobody has opted to do that. And so typically when we see these properties remain in forfeiture for this long, that there's very little interest. The interest of transparency, Famicos has expressed interest in this property, but they do not have a plan or funding for this property. So I think it's important to say that while they have interest in it, they don't have a plan. And I know that these are difficult. So I guess I don't really have anything else to add, and I'm happy to answer questions. And I know that these cases aren't the most fun. That's do you guys want me to keep going through both of them?
I think it would be appropriate to do both at the same time.
Okay, I agree. Okay, so this is 10924 Grantwood. It's also a single family house. It is on the south side of Grantwood as well. And you can see that this tree has been down. That was in October that we were out there. That's when this photo is from. So the owner is John H. Billingsley. He's owned it since '81. From what I could tell, he is local. It was forfeited to the state of Ohio in May of 2023. So this one has sat for, has been available for a lot less time than the previous one. This one has also been condemned since 2012. We've had 4 formal complaints on it and 1 board up since 2011. The back tax has been vacant since at least 2012. The back taxes are up to $10,000. And again, the same, no illegal issues, no hurdles really to getting this into the hands of somebody who wanted to rehab it. But nobody has, chomped at the bit for this one quite yet. Can keep going forward. Again, same, just a little bit down the road, south of Drexel, north of Tacoma. So a little bit closer to Parkwood. This one is, all the neighboring properties are single family. Yep, front pictures, side pictures. So the house in this photo that you can see, I believe that's vacant. The one to the right of it, the one that has gray in this photo on the right. These are the interior photos. I didn't get to go. I can't remember if I went upstairs in this one. This one's in a little worse shape than the first one. Not sure if somebody had started rehab some time ago, but can't really see the structures adjacent to this one. There's a lot of overgrown weeds. It says properties across the street from this one. And plan is the same, demolish the structure. Was forfeited to the state in 2023. Yeah, in May of this year. Like we said, this did go to, I think it would have gone to sale in August, and nobody bid at it. So I am welcome to stop rambling. So let you guys take it away from here.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to Design Review Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These projects were both reviewed on November 16th by the Magnolia Wade Park East Boulevard Grant Office Design Review Committee. The committee members present discussed the condition of the homes, possible ceiling and rock-falling options, and opportunities and possibilities for rehabilitation and their current forfeiture status. For the 10834 Grantwood, the committee recommended denial of the proposed demolition with a vote 2-1 with 1 recusal. For the 10924 Grantwood, the committee unanimously recommended denial of the proposed demolition.
All right, thank you. And the history of the properties?
I'm going to move a little bit closer to the speaker just so I don't have to yell.
Thank you.
In 1905, the Deming Matchett Company announced sales of lots for the new development on Grantwood Avenue. Early lot sales in the deeds even stated that still proposed at this time. Near the end of 1905, East Ohio Gas Company laid out the gas supply for the street. The following year, the name changed to the Deming Realty Company. In permits obtained for constructing the houses in this development, a Deming, a Matchett, or the company names appears, but not an architect. However, in researching these properties, I found an early 1905 advertisement that noted that B.W. Corning was a consulting architect for the development. I'm not entirely sure how to compare consulting architect versus architect, but I'm sure there's a money issue involved and something like that. He is most likely the one to give credit for the designs of at least the first wave of buildings in the allotment, including these two today. From the bio in the architect's database, Bert W. Corning was born in Mecosta County, Michigan, and after a brief career as a teacher, moved into an apprenticeship in the building trades. In 1891, he went into a business as a contractor and builder in Grand Rapids, Michigan. In 1899, he became a practicing architect and opened an office in Cleveland. So the next statement in the bio will need some further vetting for accuracy, but if it's true, it is significant. He was the first architect to introduce private porches in apartment buildings in Cleveland. It's a very specific claim that will require a bit of research and to prove this. He was the director of the Niagara Realty Company and later was in an architecture firm with two partners, including his son, Vern. Bert passed away in 1919 at age 53. Of his known surviving buildings, Corning was the architect for the Enjoy You movie theater on Lake and Detroit Avenues, the apartment building at 1981 Ford Road in the Hessler Road Historic District, 3 apartment buildings in the East Boulevard Historic District, and the Crawford Tilden Apartments, which is an individually designated Cleveland landmark. Able to do a full history of property transfers for both properties, and interesting to see how the properties transfer and that both the ownership and how, when it was built and finished and everything transferred, it lines up wonderfully. It's nice to see that. The building was originally being built for Louise and Howard Hinman, and this is 10834 Grantwood on sublot 58. Louise Hinman received the permit or the property in November of 1906. On October 29th, 1907, a building permit was obtained, but less than 2 months later, Louise died. Her husband obtained the property in February, and the same month of February 1908, the house was completed. There's several short holdings transferring through 2 5 years. That Mamie Schulfand got the property, their family, in 1927. They were one of the longest tenured people in that house until 1946. And then a couple of more transfers. Could not find much on significance for folks. It did transfer in 2007 through a sheriff's deed and then to JZM Realty, who is the current owners as mentioned. For 10924, which is a part of sublots 48 and 49, it was in the name of the Continental Land Company originally from the Deming Realty Company. Then Shirley Matchett acquired it in April of 1908. In May of 1908 is when the permit was obtained for the building. And that building was finished in September. And a week later, it transferred over to a Minnie Fisher. I think that these, since they were both pulled by Mr. Matchett, that these were probably built consecutively based upon the timeline of the property ownership and the building permits and the completion. It's close enough that those two are being right there. Again, there's some short-term transfer until it gets to Abraham and Sarah Sogolovitz, later Soglovitz, and then their children changed it to Sog. Sarah was involved in a lawsuit against the city in 1901, where she had obtained a building permit to construct a house over on Orange Avenue, but there were some issues and she came into conflict with the building officials. The first mayor said, build the house. The second mayor said, stop building it. And an injunction was going to be issued by the courts to allow her to keep going, but the chief building official got his crews out there to start demolishing the house before the injunction could be served. And there were future articles that showed this conflict with the city, but one of the things that came out of it, and I still have to find some answers to this, but there were some questions to the constitutionality of certain sections of Ohio's building law, which would be interesting to see how this gets done. They remained in the build, so that was 1920 that they got it. They were in there for 23 years. And then the next couple was there until the 60s, and then all the way up into the 80s. And then the current owner from 1981, as noted, could not find him anywhere. So not known what his whereabouts, but he was local, and there are a couple different addresses attached to him. So could not find anything associated with the history of the people outside of those few interesting things. And Mr. Musson, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. I guess as far as the staff report goes, just as Ms. Bellina said, these properties have been vacant for a number of years, but as a testament to the quality of materials and construction of these houses, they're really not in that bad of condition. These did come before the commission for demolition in 2020 and were denied with the requirement that the front porches be removed. The porches were never demolished, as you can see from the images, and the buildings actually look fairly similar to the way they did back in 2020, which is impressive that they're still standing strong after so many years of abandonment. Foundations don't appear to have any significant issues or areas of concern. Porches would need to be rebuilt. There's obviously a good amount of rehab work that could be done, but due to positive movement and opportunities to rehabilitate other buildings we saw as proposed demolitions in the area, staff feels that these demolition proposals should be tabled to allow time for the development of a rehabilitation strategy, either through Famicos or some other entity.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Musson. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant mentioned that these homes were available for some entity to step in and renovate since 2018. But how would they address the outstanding tax delinquency? The one was over $10,000 and the other one was over $50,000.
So CCLRC, which is the Cuyahoga County Land Bank, can pull anything out of forfeiture. I don't know exactly how they do that when they're working with like a private party, but CCLRC is who pulls that out of forfeiture, and then I don't know if they negotiate a price. So when these they forfeit to the state has a sale every year. From what I understand, during that sale, you can make any sort of bid on these structures and win it. And I can clarify that with our director. Yeah, that's still kind of a little bit of a blind spot for me, is what happens, how getting it out of forfeiture. I know how it gets there. I'm not exactly sure, the process of getting it out of it, other than CCLRC would pull it from state forfeiture, and then they would transfer it to the interested party. So like the owner is still the owner here. So the owner could come back tomorrow and pay the taxes current, and then it would come out of forfeiture. So kind of a weird, they're kind of in real estate limbo, if you will.
Because I've been told that the land bank and the county does not want to get involved with properties in historic districts.
Correct. They would just be the pass-through. So if I wanted to purchase it, I would say, hey, land bank, I want to purchase this. So then it would go from forfeiture to the land bank and then the land bank to me. That would just be an example of how that, it would be like all on the same day that of those transfers.
And there is a mechanism in place to do this?
Yes, so I know the CCLRC works with like the CDCs, and they work with our land bank, and they work with our industrial commercial land bank, which is economic development's land bank, to do that. So anytime there's a vacant lot in forfeiture, CCLRC pulls it out of state forfeiture. It sits with them for a few hours, and then it goes right over to the city of Cleveland's land bank. So it would be essentially the same process as what we see for like a vacant lot without a structure. It would be essentially that same process, but it would, because there's a structure on this, it would be either two Famicos or two an interested private party.
You know, I'm aware of that process, and you know, I've known of that taking place in areas of the city. I've just been told that the county is reticent to get involved with the ones that are in historic districts. I mean, that might not be true.
Yeah, I know that they don't want to do any rehabs themselves in historic districts. But I don't know that they would be opposed to being the pass-through, though I shouldn't speak for them. So, but that was what I understood, that they didn't want to be involved in any renovations.
Okay.
I will say, so, and this is more for my colleagues in land bank, you know, the city has the authority to, under Ohio Revised Code 5723.01, forfeited lands. The city has the right to enter forfeited lands and any building structures or other improvements, to conduct an appraisal or inspection of the building structures or other improvements on the forfeited land. So, you know, that would give Landmarks Commission the authority to enter these structures as well, possibly to hold like open houses. You know, that's not really our department's purview. Is to, you know, our role in this is to present it to you guys and get approval, and then to raise the structures. And so if Landmarks had the time and they were, you know, felt comfortable kind of holding an open house for these, they have the authority to do that. As the city. So that is another idea here that would really kind of be outside of our wheelhouse for the Demolition Bureau, but just an idea as well.
Well, I think there's way too much liability to be opening to
possibly
public open house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe walking individual developers through or something, but yeah, yeah. So okay, well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions and comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, I do have a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
What is the cost of the city to demolish these?
It would depend on how much asbestos we find in the structure. So like, I don't know, off the top of my head, I'm not sure if we performed asbestos surveys on these or not. So that can range from a couple $100s, a few $100s, to, I think we had one asbestos abatement that was like $38,000, because nearly all the plaster walls were asbestos in that structure. Then I would say a demo would be anywhere between $9,000 to $15,000. And then depending on the asbestos, maybe around 20, probably not that much depending on what we found.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Right, thank you, Mr. Stanberry. I guess I would agree with staff's recommendation to table both of these applications to allow for a plan to be put in place. Yeah, I think we reviewed a neighboring property at our last meeting, and the first one especially does not appear to be in a state that requires demolition. And I would love for a plan to be put in place here to try to save these and get these out of this limbo state, because And there still is time to save the first one at minimum, if not both of them. But we do need to start acting on these properties. So I'm in support of tabling these first staff's recommendation. Other questions or comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson?
I just want to comment briefly. It's been a while since I've been in these two properties, but they were not nearly as poor condition as the demolition that we approved at our last meeting. That house was exposed to the elements, and there were things like raccoon latrines in that other house, and these were not nearly in that serious of a state of dilapidation. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to make a motion?
We would need permission to table.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have permission from the table?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So with the permission from ownership or representing ownership, would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to table property or case number 23-25 at 10834 Grantwood Avenue.
And can we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so then we have a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Musson, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dula? Yes. Mr. Lozier?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trout?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Ms. Bellino, do we have your permission to table the next one also at 10924
Yes.
Brentwood Avenue? All right, thank you. With that, do we have a motion to table?
Madam Chair, I'll make another motion to table is it case number 23-126 at address 10924 Grantwood Avenue.
Thank you for the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have multiple seconds.
Great.
Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
And Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dula? Yes. Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trout?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bellino, for all your work.
Thank you.
That concludes our certificates of appropriateness. We'll then move on to concept reviews. We'll begin with our first applicant located at 4616-4620 Clinton Avenue, renovation and new construction.
Morning, this is David Ellison. Project involves three pieces. One concerns an historic house that this picture is shown.
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. I can't hear the applicant's presentation.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll talk louder.
Thanks.
Sorry. This project is actually composed of three pieces. The lot is 60 feet wide and subdivided into one 35-foot parcel and one 25-foot wide parcel. The 25-foot wide parcel has an existing house on it that is, I think Dan Musson dated it, or someone there dated it to 1853. It has aluminum siding and a front porch that don't seem to be original. It also has a one-story gable addition at the back. Our proposal for that historic house would be to remove the aluminum siding and to look for evidence of what the original configuration of windows and architectural detailing was, and come back to you with a proposal for what to do in response to what we find. At the Design Review Committee here in Ohio City, the recommendation was for the to consider removing the later porch that's on it. It is in need of extensive repairs, and the floor is rotted, and there are issues with that. Our renderings show a reverse gable at the back of that house, and their recommendation was to turn that gable 90 degrees so it was parallel with the gable of the historic house. The second part of the project is a new house to be built to the west of the house on the 35-foot wide lot. And as you can see in this picture, we've set it at the front yard zoning setback according to the rules. And rather than present something to you that was not allowed by zoning, this is what the zoning code for front yard setbacks would require of this house. The zoning code requires an average setback of that buildings within 100 feet on either side of the lot. So immediately adjacent to our property is a older house that sits way back on the lot, right in the middle of the lot, and it causes the average setbacks to be further back. Now, the recommendation at the local design review committee was to try to move that house forward so it was in line with the majority of houses on this lot, and I think that we would support that idea because it would give us a better backyard situation. The third part of the project is answering the question of garages and a possible ADU or a garage apartment. And what we've shown here, which is probably not the direction we're going in, is a pair of buildings that would be built to the lot line. So we'd need a firewall between those two buildings. One would be a one-story garage associated with the historic house. The other one would be a two-story garage building with an apartment above it. But that would require, for ownership issues, the realignment of a property line so that the two buildings that were built next to each other would be owned separately. Since then, we've reconsidered this, and the direction looks like it will be a single car garage on the narrow lot that has the required setbacks on either side of a detached garage and no dwelling unit above it. On a 25-foot wide lot, if we're doing a dwelling unit, we would be required to do 5-foot side yard setbacks, which would leave us a 15-foot wide building, which would be okay for a garage. It's just a little bit weird for an apartment. On the other lot, the wider lot, we can get 5-foot wide setbacks and the apartment above it. So this, what you're looking at here is the plan of the two properties. There are a couple of trees that have to be taken down that we would be replacing with different trees. And as you can see, this 3-car garage in back would actually be two buildings owned separately. One would be associated with the new house in front. The other one would be associated with the old house at the top of the page. But we've moved away from this idea and would be looking at a garage with an apartment above it on the larger lot that would be in compliance with the zoning code. Now, we could go back a slide if you'd like. This drawing, and I don't need to tell you all, but the statement of significance that's in the National Register nomination form for the Ohio City Historic Preservation District describes the character of the neighborhood as being composed of a variety of different styles and different sizes of 19th century houses. So the colored image in the middle shows our proposal, the one historic house that's been renovated. And here is the image where that reverse gable shows up, and we would be turning that parallel with the main ridge of that house. And then our new house, which is sitting next to it, along with the adjacent houses to either side. And we could keep on moving with these images, I think. And we can, those are the floor plans. This three-dimensional view shows the way the new house steps back from the front yard of the other property, and the reverse gable, and that larger garage building in back. And we would just be separating that building, so it's a separate detached garage for the little property and a two-story garage with an apartment on the bigger property. And we could continue going through these. So conceptually, we're talking about two single-family houses and one garage and apartment with a detached garage associated with the smaller property, and trying to be consistent stylistically with that characterization of the historic district that involves a variety of historic house styles. We went here with a pre-Civil War sort of building type that that would be compatible with the historic house on our property, rather than going to a more Victorian, steeper roof building type. But, you know, this is a conceptual review, and I think what we're really looking for is your advice and comments on where to go from here. So we won't be able to do that front-facing door of the garage apartment if we separate those two buildings and meet the required setbacks. And that's on the garage apartment in back. So this is the historic house and a new house that was built next to it, and the empty lot and the trees that that one of the trees that has to be removed. There's the house immediately next door to it. And that's 2 doors down. That I believe is a new house. And then this is a historic house that has recently been renovated on the same side of the street to the east. This is across the street. That's across the street. That's across the street. Another one across the street. And another one across the street. This one is at the far west end of the block, where ours is 3 doors down from our property. And that's 2 doors to the west of our property. And this is the house that sits so far back on the lot that's right next door. And our house there, that's the pale green house was ours, and that blue one is past the yellow house that's in between. So here's the view of the alley. And there's the little one-car garage that currently exists there on the narrow lot. I think that pretty much sums up my presentation. Although I am curious if you all would allow us to put vinyl siding on either one of our new, either the new house or the historic one.
Well, thank you for the presentation. We'll get to comments here in a minute. We'll begin with Design Review Committee recommendations.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. This went conceptually before the Ohio City Design Review Committee at their December 7th meeting. As Mr. Ellison said, there was general support. I think there was no vote taken again because this was conceptually. Some members had some concerns about the shared garage and the party wall and just that condition, but it sounds like Mr. Ellison is addressing that. They wanted to see some more detail on the existing house, which presumably is forthcoming. Not everyone was a fan of the cross gable addition. And then there was an interesting discussion of appropriateness of design, whether it was too close to faux history with its sort of ties to Greek revival style, but everyone seemed comfortable with using a style that's essentially a revival style, I guess neo-revival, and that Clinton Avenue is a bit of a, I mean, just a grab bag of different architectural styles. So that is all.
All right, thank you. And landmark staff review comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We discussed it quite a bit. One point is the property appears to be one large parcel that's not been yet separated. And so we'd like to see that develop with possible or future lot split that as discussed with the property lines. The new construction has appropriate density and massing for the neighborhood with the addition of a single family home and a possible ADU along Wheat Court. The Clear Creek Revival architecture would stand out on the street, but not necessarily detract from the wide range of architecture currently found on this section of Clinton, since it is, as mentioned, a bit of a grab bag in that area. A less modern or less literal interpretation of the Greek Revival style might be more appropriate for the modern architecture. But for the new construction, we generally supportive and like to see it moving forward. For the existing home changes, understanding that the renovation of the existing home will develop over time, we do have concerns as presented today. The home was constructed in 1852 and the porch was added around 1915. That's when a permit was pulled for it. The home does not have symmetrical windows on the second floor and appears to have a cottage sash window on the first floor. There's possibly a later change. So we recommend ensuring character defining features are retained by not moving or changing the window openings on the existing home and conducting that exploratory work as noted by the applicant to find evidence of the original window configuration and siding to be able to restore it. And we'll mention we did have a pre-development consultation with the architect and owners in mid-November and look forward to seeing the project move forward.
All right, thank you for that summary. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. All right, I'll start us off. I would agree with, staff's comments that, and the committee's comments that I would prefer the double gable versus the cross gable configuration with the historic house. I appreciate the character of the new house trying to, fit in with the older houses, but maybe, doing a more modern interpretation of the federal style, I think would be my preference so that you're not trying to recreate it, but trying to show respect to it. And I'm sure that as the house develops, you will bring in more details. And I don't have any issues with the garages in the back although different than what you presented in concept, how you presented them being two separate garages. So overall, I'm in support of the project. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also support the project. I agree with the recommendation to move the new home closer to the street, so it's more in line with the other structures along that street. And for the historic home, is there a portion of the home that will be demolished to accommodate that new addition?
Yes, the one-story gable in back will be taken down and a two-story gable more or less will replace that. We don't have a lot more width, so it will probably be the same width as the front house or the front section of that house, and it will have a taller second floor, so the gables will kind of telescope backwards.
And will the porch have to be totally rebuilt, or can that be rehabbed?
Well, the roof and the columns, if they're not routed at the bottoms, could probably be supported while the bottom is repaired. But I think that what we're going to find is that the aluminum siding is covering up something other than what we see there now, that it was remodeled at some point and the windows maybe were moved around or not. I mean, we'll see. And I think one of the recommendations from the local design review committee is to consider removing the porch altogether. But I would like to, leave, I don't want to commit to something that is completely wrong for the building. So I think that what we need to do is pull that aluminum siding off and look at it before we go too far in deciding what to do with it. And of course, things acquire legitimacy over time. So that porch, it's consistent with other early 20th century porches in the neighborhood, even though it might not be quite what would have been put on in 1852, if anything. So if we can preserve the porch roof, we decide that that's what we want to do, I think we will. We won't start by tearing it off. And you should know by now that if I think that a porch should be taken off a house, I usually propose that and advocate for it. But in this case, I wasn't going there right away.
Well, I agree. If that porch can be retained, I think it, since it's been around since 1915, it certainly is historic in nature, and I'd like to see it retained. But if it had to go, that's fine as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Mr. Lozier.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention my alignment and agreement with my fellow commission members who've spoken thus far with regard to the new home. I do want to applaud the applicant for retaining and renovating the existing historic home. There's been a couple of discussions about properties on this street and on this block about demolition. So I applaud that the intent here is not to demolish this home, but to retain and extend its life. But overall, I appreciate sort of the level of thought that's gone into this concept design. And as the applicant had mentioned, as further investigation happens with the historic home, I would assume that any adjustments or changes to the design will be reflected in the next phase of review. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Other questions or comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am generally supportive of these designs and enthusiastic to see the renovation of this very old home and a very nice, compatible new build next door. I think they will work together well with the design that is proposed here. So I'm looking forward to seeing this proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any further questions or comments from the commission? Not seeing any.
Madam Chair, I have some comments, or I guess support. I think it's a great project. I like the direction this is going. Similar to what's already been said, I like that the existing house is being retained and added to it and improved, with also the idea that it may be returned to something that it used to resemble a little more similarly. I also would support moving the new building closer to the street to match the setback that has been established on the street, even if that doesn't support the local zoning code. That's all my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Samberry. Any additional questions or comments from the commission?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I want to support and reiterate those comments as well. I think moving it forward of the new building is really good. I like to use the report on the old house. It's very appropriate and part of the history of this very interesting street. And I also want to applaud the inclusion of an accessory dwelling unit. I think it's important from an overall housing perspective, but also really looking forward to seeing how you develop that, because I think it's also historically appropriate. We saw a lot of that in these neighborhoods, and to kind of have a modern version of that historic precedent, I think is really exciting for this neighborhood. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for those comments also. Any additional questions or comments from the commission? All right, not hearing or seeing any. Does the applicant feel like you've received enough feedback from the commission to continue the development of your project?
I have a question and a comment. You know, I didn't really design that new building. What we did was take a photograph of what had existed at 3007 Clinton Avenue before it was torn down, and just put it in place on the empty lot here. So that Greek Revival structure with that fan ornament and the gable and that porch was actually an old house that was built next to Nancy Schuster's office, the yellow Bevelin house, where the big apartment building is now. And what had a bakery built onto the back of it that was the remaining part that got torn down before the Clinton Avenue, or the Clinton, whatever that name of that apartment building is. The other question I have is, it sounds like you all would be willing or give us permission to go ahead and take that aluminum siding off and to look at what's underneath that building so that we can come up with a plan that maybe takes a little bit further before. Normally we would probably leave that alone and work on generally the plan for the development of the project. But it sounds like you would like to see the vinyl siding, the aluminum siding removed, and for us to advance on the design of that rehabilitation or restoration or whatever ends up happening with that. And am I accurate in that?
Yes, I believe you are accurate. I think we would like to, we're always in support of discovery to finalize what the final details are. So I do feel like the commission is in support of the removal of the aluminum siding. Mr. Musson and Mr. Brunges, would we need to do an official vote for approval to remove the siding, or is that something that the applicant could just move forward with?
I think it's fine to just move forward with. I don't believe just the removal of siding would require a permit application. But if it did, we could handle that administratively. So no need for a vote.
Okay.
And just for historical purposes, the aluminum siding was added in 1965, as was the garage was built that year as well.
Great.
So it's historical aluminum siding.
So they're 50 years old. So that's funny.
That is. All right, Mr. Ellison, did that answer all your questions?
Yep, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We look forward to the development of your project and seeing you return with the final product. We'll then move on to our next applicant located at 4304 Franklin Boulevard, New Addition.
Forward and back, I can figure that out. Good morning. My name is Jack Klein. I'm with Klein Construction. Kim Yauk is also on the phone or also zooming in, or was a few seconds ago. I'm here to talk about 3304 Franklin. The condition right now is going through an full interior renovation. Unfortunately, a number of years ago, possibly 10, 12 years ago, somebody was converting this home to a 3-family. It was at a stage, it was renovated and then left vacant for a number of years, maybe 8, 9, 10 years. It was at a stage where it was drywall, the mechanicals were done, a lot of work went into it. The exterior, seems like the front exterior was left as is for the most part. Hardy siding was added by the previous contractor 10, 15 years ago. So right now, we have done very little to nothing with the outside, especially the front. And we're gonna come back and talk to you guys about that with what we do with maybe a front door and some of these other details. But our focus has been on the interior of that house. And I'm now gonna talk about kind of phase 2, which has always been in the planning, which is what goes on in the rear of this property. So there's obviously the front of the house that resides right next to the Franklin Castle. The location there, you'll kind of notice that one of the struggles of this lot is all Ohio city lots. All city lots are relatively narrow, but this one unfortunately tapers and becomes even more narrow to the back. I think at some point since this house was built by the same architect and the same builder as the Franklin Castle, they likely stole a little bit of this parcel here and tapered it back and likely gave it to the castle, which it probably does deserve it. But so that's kind of been one of the challenges, is working around a thin lot already that tapers in the rear. And that's kind of a better depiction of what that lot does. Here's some pictures of the existing conditions there, showing the castle, 4304, and the neighboring properties. Picture of the front, like I said, everything on here is going to be retained in the long run. Our focus hasn't been on the front facade. Been talking to some local people. I asked Tim Barrett recently about these front doors. He said they weren't period correct, and we have some other ideas, but I don't want to waste too much of our time talking about the front of this because that's not what we're here to talk about right now. This is kind of the front view. As you can see, looking from a street view, it's a beautiful tree, but it covers a lot of the front of the house and both the castle and the neighboring property to the right. There isn't much of a view from Franklin, which obviously is a very important one, of what we're doing in the rear. This is on the west side of the house, same thing. This is going back towards the rear of the house, which you can see the carriage house of the Franklin Castle is right on one side. We do have a utility pole there. That's looking straight back onto the house. That's an aerial view looking down. That's the alley looking east. There's the alley looking west. And this is an overview of kind of what we're proposing on this lot. We wanted to accomplish a couple things. Number one, obviously we're not having a front loaded garage. There's no room for it and we would never do that. But the main thing is we wanted to have a walkout of the house into a courtyard and then have a garage that enters off of Vine Court. Looking at the basement and the first floor plan levels, actually the basement level of this home happens to be, because the lot slopes from Franklin to Vine Court, happens to be the same level as the alley. So in essence, you would be able to walk from the existing basement through a new addition of a finished basement and enter into the garage and straight out to the alley. Same thing on the first floor. I know it was important to Kim that we didn't want to, right now there's an existing deck on there. What we didn't want to have to get into is a deck and then stairs up and down and deal with all that. So in this plan, you're able to walk out at the same level to a raised courtyard. And then also there will be home office slash workstation. It also could be an in-law suite above the new garage. And like I mentioned earlier, one of the things that I did here is the property lines, the whole structure being built is staying 5 foot off of all property lines. Couple reasons. Number one, avoiding zoning, but more so too, from a practical standpoint, becomes very difficult to dig footers right next to another structure. And it turns into an expensive thing, and you run the risk of compromising somebody else's foundation. So the reality of it, we figured we'll just stay 5 foot off the property line. And that's what we did here. Let's see here. These are side elevations. And you can kind of see it's depicted where it's pretty obvious where it's new and existing. Didn't want to get into a multi-story garage, and also wanted to stay with a flat roof for two reasons. Number one, there are views out the top floor, straight on views of the lake. Not perfect, but pretty darn good. So we didn't want to impede that view with a gabled rooftop or something that went higher than we needed to accomplish the living space below it. You'll also notice kind of another unique feature is what we did is, and if you look on the east or the west elevation, what we did with the living space is we pushed the living space a little cantilever. It's not a true cantilever, it has supports, but pushed up and over the garage area. That's done for a few reasons. First reason is we didn't want to push the living space above the garage towards the existing structure, because what that starts to do is shrink the courtyard and that's one of the main outdoor areas of the structure. The other thing that's was really important is wanted to be able to pull off of Vine Court and not be forced directly into a garage, and also not have the safety concerns of backing out of a garage pretty much naked, waiting to get hit or not hit. So what we did is the actual entrance to the garage is pushed in this drawing roughly 24 feet, so that you can pull your car in off the alley. You don't have to fight that sharp turning radius. You don't have to worry about not seeing. And more importantly, as soon as you pull in off the alley, you don't have to be pushed right into the garage if you want to leave your car outside and wash it or whatever you might want to do. The other reason for that was I've done a number of projects on Vine Court, from townhomes to single family houses, and I've lived on Franklin and Vine Court. It is an alley, but a lot of it has been developed to the point where it's becoming not an alley, more of a livable space. And the massing of what is around this house right now is a little bit overbearing, maybe. Like if you look at the Castle's Carriage House, which is absolutely gorgeous from the front view, not so attractive from the back, but it's pushed right up against the alley. There is another proposal directly behind our house on Clinton that is also proposing a very tall, large, massive structure pushed right to the alley. When you push two things right to the alley, it becomes very difficult to back out, make turns. Snow removal becomes almost impossible. You're always getting basically your garage doors plowed in by a snowdrift if they happen to come that time. So that's why it was went into the design to stagger that. Oh, sorry, I went a little too far. Stagger that the bottom entrance to the garage off of the alley to help with the massing on the alley, the safety issues, and the practicality of being able to pull up a car, unload stuff without being shoehorned into your garage. So that talks about the general layout. As far as materiality, Planning on continuing all hardy siding all the way around this. Planning on either fiberglass or wood clad windows. So all very high-end finishes are going into this. If you'll notice on the east and west elevation, what I did was actually bring the actual foundation as low as I can because the house itself has a beautiful stone foundation. Those big, huge stones are beautiful and great, but they're very hard to reproduce what they did 110 or 20 years ago. So I wanted this foundation to kind of melt away, and I took the level down to where it was just above grade towards the middle, and not much was showing at all in the rear, and that would be covered by landscape. So as far as in general, you can see on the courtyard, didn't want to put a traditional fence or rail up on that courtyard. So what those are they're larger planters. They're kind of almost drawn as like a copper or a big metal planter that would act as a railing, have a bunch of vegetation in it. It would suffice as the railing, practicality of the railing, but also have some appeal, even though it won't really be seen from the street. And I think for the most part that concludes, well, I did go to design review and they had a few concerns and a few suggestions, and we're open to all kinds of ideas. There are some practicalities that we would like to fight to retain. One of them is being able to drive off the alley without having to drive into your garage door. Somebody else suggested possibly not having the connecting way on between the first floor of the front house and the livable space of the area above the garage. That has some challenges as far as access. It also has some challenges as far as things that might be good for the neighbors and good for other people around. Right now, if you walk out onto an existing deck, you're kind of perched up in the air, and I only know this from working out there and feeling kind of bad when there's a table saw or something on the back porch and the Franklin Castle's doing a tour or something. You're literally, your feet are at the top of their fence, so you're kind of standing there on a pedestal looking down into the back of the Franklin Castle's yard. So with this connecting walkway, it gives Franklin Castle and its backyard, whatever they're doing back there, some privacy. And that's another reason, if you'll notice, the transom windows on the connecting walkway are lifted up a little bit higher. That was done just to respect their privacy so that light could still be brought in, but it wasn't like they were in a fishbowl being watched. And I think that covers most of the nuts and bolts of what we're looking at doing. Somebody else commented also in design review about there is an overhang, there's a 12-foot cantilevered area where the living space goes over, and then there's another 5 or 6 feet overhang that comes out beyond that. That, as far as that other overhang, that is certainly not a necessity. It was just the fact that we already had 12 feet of cover and another 4 or 5, and if you had your car parked outside, you'd be totally dry, both outside your garage and obviously dry inside. But those are the kind of small details we would love to get your feedback on and love to work with you to dress this up. And even though it's on an alley, and even though we're going to be super sensitive with the front house and the Franklin view, we want to carry as much sensitivity, even though it does back up against Vine Court. So, and let me just switch. There's a rear view. And this is kind of a crude or basic start of what we're trying to do. But trying to get garages back there, get a space above it. As far as that, you can see there's a little shed roof overhang that comes back out. The details of that, the details of the window placement, the actual type of garage doors, all those things are, we're excited to hear your input and incorporate that into the finished plans, because just like I said, we're just finishing up the inside, and we're hoping to get this started here in the spring and summer, and get construction underway. So, any other questions? I'll be happy to take.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We will move on to Design Review Committee recommendations.
And thank you, Madam Chair. As Mr. Klein said, this did go to the Ohio City Design Review Committee December 7th. They looked at it conceptually, so no vote was taken. There were some concerns expressed that the building reads too contemporary, and they suggested that maybe a gable would help. Mr. Klein explained the gable and the view obstruction issue at our meeting today. There was also some concern about the glass and the overhang on the alley, that there's just kind of too much foot traffic, and that might create a kind of a attractive nuisance or safety issue on the rear of the property there. Another comment that Vine Court typically has the garages right on the property line, or 3 to 7 feet from the alley's edge. So they generally weren't a fan of the large setback that the garage has. There was also a question as to whether the lot split would prohibit the neighbor to the east from potentially having a garage on the alley in the future if they acquired that property. And then, again, expressions of general support, but would like to see a little less mid-century, less modern feel, and to add some elements to tie back with the original house on Franklin.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And there you go. Those are helpful to see. Landmark staff review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We share many of the similar concerns of the local design review committee. In the contemporary nature, it almost feels a mid-century modern. It evokes memories for me of buildings that I saw in Southern California on hillsides with its architecture and its lines. So we felt that the setback from the alley was not appropriate. That the windows on the side that are being proposed are, and I'm going to show it here, it doesn't really relate to the historic building. If they're going to do windows on the side, maybe they should be the same configuration to have some sort of connection between the two. We don't see that type of a setback with the overhang anywhere along Lee Court. We don't. If there is one, we're not aware of it. The city does not plow the alley. If that's that's just out there.
Well, they plow Vine Court.
Well, that's.
I think
might
plowed
be-
in.
Well, they might now because it's.
Oh, maybe
cemented
they
over.
do it down there, but they don't do it here.
Yeah, yeah, there's concerns with the brick and.
Yeah.
Different, yes. There's concerns over whether this has been lot split yet or not, whether there is an option to get that in place, whether it can be done, maybe they go into a more traditional carriage house form, or a different approach if that lot split does not occur. So just to throw that out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. All right, Mr. Strickland's usually our opening comment person, but he's left. So I think, I will weigh in with mine. I would echo with staff's comments. I think it's, although I appreciate the care to try to create a very lower impact addition here, I feel like it's a little too modern. If it could pick up characteristics of the existing building through either window proportions, building proportions, and so forth, I think it would be much more successful. I do appreciate though that, the comments on the garages also and trying to provide a little relief to the alley for the safety, because they are so tight. The alley is very tight and the more buildings along it make it even more difficult to navigate. So overall, I'm in support of the concept of the design, but I still think the design needs a little bit of work. Mr. Lozier? Mr. Lozier, you are muted if you're talking, or no, you're not.
Oops, sorry about that.
There you
Double muted. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am also in support of staff comments as well as the comments that you had just made. I specifically when talking about taking more cues from the main house, as was mentioned previously, looking at the tall and narrow proportions of the windows on the historic home, and utilizing that on the addition. Thinking about the cantilevered portion of the second floor sort of dwelling unit, and maybe looking at a similar treatment of the columns that at the front porch, which land on brick piers or sort of low brick walls, as a way of incorporating that sort of similarity into the rear portion. Maybe considering a flat roof line with parapet versus sort of the mid-century sloped, what we're seeing sort of in this elevation. I would also be in favor of removing the enclosed walkway between the main house and the rear portion, and treating these as two distinct and separate volumes versus connecting it with the low walls. I think may also help with how these two structures are massed and proportional with one another. I think the materiality is generally in keeping with the main house, but I would, I think, recommend investigating, some other options related to the low sort of stone foundation, and maybe there's something that feels more, rusticated, or feels a little bit closer to the historic character of the main foundation. But overall, I'm in support of this. I'm also in support of bringing the rear portion off of the alley so that cars are able to pull off and without having to drive directly into the garage. And I would also take a look at sort of the garage door placement as well, and the proportions of that and how it feels with the overall composition of that rear facade. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm probably going to echo a number of the things that has already been said here. I'm okay with the cantilevered garage because it's the front of the main dwelling is cantilevered over that porch. But I think in order to do that successfully, I would really recommend kind of what Mr. Lozier said, incorporating some of the design elements from the front elevation of the house. And the house has a lot of interesting details, and I think there's a lot you can work with here that you can incorporate to take it out of that mid-century modern look, which is not appropriate to the area, and making it more consistent with the rest of this marvelous structure. I also agree with Mr. Lozier in that flat roof with parapet walls would be preferable. That would also reference the Franklin Castle Carriage building next door, as opposed to this slanted roof. And I agree that the windows, even if there may be faux windows should be the same type of proportionate dimension as opposed to the transom type windows. You know, even if the bottom section of the window is not something you can look out of so that you maintain some privacy for the Franklin Castle, I still think that would be preferable to what's being proposed here. And that's basically my comments.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, I'll go next. We're on, are we moving? No, we're not. If that's
Go ahead,
okay.
Mr. Van Dyke.
I think I'll reiterate what's already been said, but I think there are some windows that are on the existing building that you can use, especially that first floor on the east elevation. That looks more like it's an appropriate window for that building. Obviously, it's been there for over 100 years. That proportional window would be, I think, acceptable on your new window or on your new addition. As far as the connection between the two buildings, I think it's okay. The issue I have with it, if you can go to a plan.
Which one go?
The plans of the first and second floor plan.
Sorry, what to talk about?
Right there. Where it shifts from the existing building to the new building on the west elevation, it actually bumps out. If it could push in a little bit more, and instead of being set outside the building, it recesses a little more.
I
know you have the door there. It gives it a little more difficulty.
I hear you there, but what starts to happen is, if you can see that I'm trying to retain the courtyard space too, and have room for the staircase. So if I push that over, the courtyard really starts to shrink. And keep in mind that angled line is the 5-foot offset off of the property line. And the other issue is that the Franklin Castle structure, that humongous structure, is directly on the property line and 36 feet tall. And all these ideas are that I don't want to take away from you, but like parapet wall, I love the good ideas that come out of this. Sometimes I fight tooth and nail and I take it really personally, and that can happen. But I love, in every one of my projects I've done down here, good things have come out of this process, and I appreciate that. And the parapet wall, and some of these designs are their first stages. A slanted roof was thrown on there, and a parapet wall, without a question, is going to look more fitting. It's just as easy, not much different in price. So it's ideas like that I absolutely love. But in some of the other, I fought with the same thing you do. It's like, why does that have to jog out 2 feet? Trust me, when I was drawing, I'm like, but then I shoved it back, and then the courtyard went from 15 feet or 16 or 17 feet to like 13. And I'm like, then it turned into a bowling alley. But I look forward to addressing all these issues. And as far as the connecting way, the other thing that doesn't really give you the real perspective is the whole entire of that side of that house is 5 feet off of a brick wall, which is the carriage house. So the whole back, when we look at a side elevation of this, we're looking at it on a flat pancake. But if in real life, when you're, well, that's a good picture. But see what the Franklin Castle's carriage house is like 50 feet and 30 feet. So that whole back of that is covered.
And in the future, it may be helpful maybe to box that out on your elevation and show where the building next door covers.
Yep. And it's actually, and it's fairly close to the whole entire rear of that structure is 100% covered by the castle, or by the carriage house.
And as far as the garage being set back, I think you actually have that feature on the front, like Michelle said. And I think you can play with maybe pulling the masonry wall that's there out further into the, into the covered section.
I think that would look cool. I thought of that too, like almost out to, that would encompass, and the way that cantilever is being accomplished is not with a steel beam underneath, although it could. It's a girder truss that runs within the wall, so it clear spans from one side to the other. And right now, there's just a pole showing there that would be on the far side. But I think it would look a lot better if the foundation came out and then that would accept the pole. The pole wouldn't have to be 10 feet tall. The wall could be 4, the pole could be 5 or 6. It could mimic the front columns of the house just for you'll never see the two at the same. Just because you don't see the two doesn't mean that we don't care about it. But that's the other thing that's kind of hard looking on paper and looking here is you don't see them both at the same time.
Right, and that would give a nod back to what
For
was
sure.
part of the original building. But overall, I think I'm in support of the project. I think many of the comments that are already been said are good comments, and I look forward to seeing how this progresses.
Appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Lozier, I see your hand up. Additional questions or comments?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. So going back to sort of the comment that, or the discussion around what Mr. Sandberry and the applicant was talking about related to the stair that comes up from the basement within the sort of the enclosed connection. I guess my question is that necessary? If that's one of the reasons that we're trying to sort of, the reason why the width is of that covered portion is there is to accommodate that stair plus passage by that stair. You have a stair that connects to the existing basement. Do you need that new stair from the new portion of the basement up to that connector, or can that go away and just have either? Again, my preference would be not to have that enclosed connector at all, but that would at least be able to pull in that form as Mr. Sandberry had mentioned.
And I understand that question. Let me kind of walk you through that. The stair does do more than give you a second way to get down, because yes, right now you could, that stairway actually that is in the existing house goes all the way through all floors. So it is a convenient, large, comfortable stair. But that stair does a number of things. Kim, of course, wants it also to be a possible in-law suite. Her mother's getting older and she wants to consider that. Or she also works from home for Kohler. She also looks at this whole back space as a possible, it's written as a workshop or an office. It's kind of a whole future thing. The main goal is to get a garage, get parking, get it built. It's not like day one that whole area needs to be used. But back to the staircase, what the staircase allows is now, if let's say that that's an office or it's an in-law suite, the person can enter through the garage, come up through that stair in the hallway and get into the back guest suite, in-law suite, without entering into the house. It's not just a matter of, not only would you have to walk all the way up to the middle, to the other staircase, then all the way back, but the point is you now have your own, it's also a private entrance into the suite above without entering into the main house. So it does do a couple things. Number one, you don't have to walk from the garage all the way to the basement, then to get back over the garage. But B, more importantly, it allows a separate entrance into that rear that could be independent of the main house. So that's part of the reason for that stair, other than just to shorten the walk. It does much more than shorten the walk. We have the ability to get into the rear guest suite or the rear office or whatever it is without going through the main house. The other thing is, it goes back to the pedestal, and you don't really realize it until you're there working, until you're there present. Without that connecting way, you literally feel like you're standing on top of the fence on a pedestal staring down at everybody. It's loud, you're making noise, you're looking at that. So it does give, the courtyard itself of this structure doesn't need much privacy because it's already higher, but it gives a ton of privacy to the Franklin Castle backyard, because otherwise your feet are on top of their fence, and whatever you're doing is directly shared both ways. So it kind of, the stair does, the connecting way is kind of an integral part of that structure, and it actually was pulled from another one of my projects that I did many moons ago, and unfortunately the owner has kind of let run down, but 4702 Franklin has a 4-car garage and a connecting walkway and a courtyard, and it's all the same level. So that's where it came from. That's where the idea came from. I actually lived in that house, and the practicality and the usability of that house was untouchable. It was amazing. It's also a great feel when you have lines of sight and lines of walking without having to go up and down in a house. It makes an amazing feel. Being able to walk in the front porch of this house and you're entertaining guests and walk entirely through the house, into the court, over the courtyard, and in, or not even over the courtyard, and get all the way to the rear without going up and down. The practicality of living there is going to be, okay, I want to go to my office, or I want to go to my workshop, or my mother-in-law's here staying. What does my mother-in-law now have to do? It also provides that connecting way also could be an elevator. Future elevator could be in there to go from the garage level up to the main level. So you now can get out of a car if you happen to be handicapped, or if you happen to ever get older, which I hope never happens. I'm saying that because it's my birthday. But anyway, you have a number of options with that. It's not just an extra way down, it's a private way up and down. And it's an opportunity because you're going to be in the front house in the winter saying, I want to go grab my laptop in the back, and you're going to be like, okay, wait, I got to go back to the stairs, run downstairs, run back up, but I can see it, it's right there. Why can't I just walk there and get it? So I hear you on all the other ones, but it does serve some purpose.
Thank you. I just have one more, comment. And this is really more of a zoning question, because again, I just want to make sure that no additional variances are going to be required, because you are building on the entirety of the lot. So that would just be another recommendation as you continue to sort of investigate this design solution for that. For sure, and I'm well aware of that, and I don't think anybody has built anything in Ohio City that met the original lot coverage variance. So yes, I'm sure the lot coverage variance in Ohio City, which every single time I've ever built anything, I've never seen anything, I don't think I've ever seen anything go up that met lot coverage without a variance. Short of the lot coverage variance, we're doing everything in our power to keep height down, to keep off of property lines, and do all those types of things to avoid variances. The other thing, I'm working with the neighbor, which is St. Herman's, which is a larger entity than even just what's in Cleveland here, or just in Ohio City. Trying to work with them to that the utility pole that you see in that, well, it might show it's in that drawing right there, but also in the site plan, there was some concerns about. I'm trying to be very sensitive to what St. Herman's, and we're in talks now. They've been out there. I met them once, and we're still in talks of how to how that makes sense for everybody. But in reality, that utility pole their entrance right now is in between the utility pole and the property line. That's how they get in and out of their backyard. There is, even without that structure there, it's a little bit higher there. There's no real way to drive in between the utility pole and the property line. The entrance is in between the utility pole and the other property line. So that's still their entrance.
And as far as their parking, what I'm trying to propose with them too is the area on the outside of the courtyard is kind of unusable to us. And we're roughly 5 to 8 feet off of the property line. So I propose to them too is, hey, we don't need to maintain, there's nothing we could do with that 5 to 8 feet that's off of the courtyard. So I would suggest giving that back to where they could use that 5 to 8 feet. And basically, it's almost like we're using the other 5 to 8 feet, minus the fact that the utility poles. But trying to be sensitive to, well, I have to be sensitive to their needs because it has to make sense for them.
All right. Well, thank you for that feedback. Mr. Wizard, did you have any additional comments? Not seeing any additional comments from the commission. Does the applicant feel like you've received enough feedback from the commission to continue the development of your project?
I do, and I appreciate the feedback.
All right, thank you. We look forward to seeing your project progress and you return with the final design.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
That concludes, right? Oh, nope, one more. Sorry. This is still concept.
Madam Chair, I will recuse.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dulick. So last conceptual review, Centennial Peace Plaza, 1051 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
Good, thank you. I'm Jim McCracken, I'm here representing the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects. And I am assisting the Cultural Garden Federation. I don't know if Lori or Paul are still on the call at the meeting.
Paul is, or yeah, both of them are actually.
Good. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to just run through the presentation, Lori, and then please join in. So we're looking at a long-term solution to restroom facilities that are available to the public in Rockefeller Park. And the first one that we're looking at is in the Cultural Gardens, directly adjacent to the Centennial Plaza. Currently, there are temporary porta potty, plastic porta potties that are put out in the park for the summer months. And there's one currently right next to the Hungarian Garden and the Centennial Plaza. And the intent is that this permanent facility would replace that. Just for everybody's knowledge, the only public accessible restroom in Rockefeller Park currently is at the greenhouse. That's the blue dot on the site map. And a couple of other locations that were in the green dot is Centennial Plaza. The orange dot to the left of that or north of that is the location we're going to discuss today. And then other potential locations are in Sawinski Park across MLK to the west of Centennial Plaza. And then two locations up by one by the tennis courts by East 105th and MLK, and one by the lagoon. So the first location would be, as I mentioned, just north of the plaza. And in order to do this, we're going to be very sensitive to a couple of mature oak trees. But the proposal is to tuck the restroom, it's just a 2-stall restroom facility up to the north, right at the edge of the slope that goes up to the German garden. And this would require putting in an accessible path so that it can be available for all users. The style of restroom we're looking at is similar to what many of you may have seen in the metro parks. Essentially, these are precast concrete structures that you have an opportunity to enhance the finishes on them. But there are two 2-stall unisex restrooms. I should mention one of the large challenges in Rockefeller Park is that we don't have sanitary sewer. So we do have access to water, storm, and power, but we're going to need a restroom facility that we can navigate in those situations. So this is a Metro Park style that essentially is a pit toilet, but we're going to be using a new technology within those vaults. That would be the elevation to the north, and then this would be the view from Centennial Plaza as you come up the access way. The restroom would be facing north so that the entrances are not visible from the plaza itself, but it would be screened by rhododendron shrubbery. And you can see how it's tucked into the canopy of a few mature trees there. So I think that's, and then these are some of the finishes, but we've worked with the Design and Preservation Committee of the Federation to sort of hone a palette which we felt would be most appropriate in Rockefeller Park, with a stone base and then a board and batten upper siding and a standing seam look of the roof that would be the darker brown. So that would be the elevation finishes that we're considering. Laura, you have any other comments, or Paul?
Ms. Astrick, would you like to summarize your comments or any comments before we go into your design review comments?
Sure, thank you. It was a little hard to hear at the end there what Jim was saying, but yes, the impetus for all of this was, well, of course, we've been hearing requests for many years that there be a restroom facility in the cultural gardens, whether we have events or tours or whatever. And the impetus was that I think some folks on county council and city council were hearing, well, county council primarily were hearing these requests, and we received a grant to help fund the restroom, and we're also receiving a grant. The Cultural Gardens are also receiving a grant from Holden Parks Trust, assuming that the project is approved. And we are very grateful for a partnership with the city. As you can see, Jim is doing the architectural work and the city doing the site prep work. So it's a significant project, and we want to kind of seize this moment when we have some funding for it to move forward. And we appreciate all the help of the city in this project.
Thank you. Appreciate that feedback. Then we'll move on to landmark staff comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been working with Jim and the Preservation Committee on this. We are in support of the location. There is one of the considerations, accessibility for folks that are using Centennial Plaza and putting it across the street. While that will make a nice second location later on, it's going to be important for people to get to this easily. Our main concern is an appropriate amount of screening, not so much that it completely obscures it so you know where you're going, but enough to obscure it enough that it doesn't affect the location. It's about the pathway and if there may be future signage involved directing people to it. Just in my travels in the last couple of months, I actually came across one of these in the wild. Just happened to be at this park at an Ohio history marker down in Blue Ash, Ohio, and similar construction, and they sit out. This is right in the middle of a neighborhood, but this one also has water fountains, and I don't think that's going to be proposed as a part of this, which I think is fine, unless it can be. But it is an option as well, which might be helpful. So we would be in support of the location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunges. We'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. I guess I'll start us off. I agree with staff's comments, just the visibility of this. I think it is a wonderful addition because of the amount of traffic you are getting to the entire part on all of the gardens. But just making sure that it is on screened enough and that the landscape, similar to what Carl showed, or in the national parks where it is discreetly placed and screened from the road, but through signage you can take the path back to it. And those are my only comments. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's one of these. It's almost identical in the towpath trail around Tremont. It's
Yep.
near the ball fields. And it's very visible. And I think the concern is, I think you want it visible enough so that, it provides a level of feeling safe when using this, as opposed to it becoming a distraction to the beautiful landscape. So I'm not quite sure how to reconcile that. But the other thing that puzzles me is, at least in this photo or this rendering, the stone and the lower area, the structure doesn't extend all the way to the left. I guess that bothers me a little bit, and I don't even know whether the stone is a necessary element here.
Yeah, I believe that's just a graphic discrepancy. It would wrap completely around 360.
Okay.
Or
It would.
all sides to the corners.
Okay, so it looked more like this existing.
Yes, very much so.
Because the one in the towpath trail doesn't have the stone. It's just the vertical siding. Okay, so that's basically my comment.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Ashik, do you have additional comments?
I don't really have a comment. Although, we were very concerned about the aesthetics of this and, in terms of the, fitting in with the landscaping. And I think we do, as the photo shows, the conceptual idea shows that there would be a fair amount of plant life around it. So it could look a little more aesthetically pleasing. And I also just wanted to know that Paul Berg, the chair of our Design and Preservation Committee, is here in case he wanted to make a comment.
No comment. I think what was said so far pretty much describes the committees and the executive board's thinking. Perhaps the landscaping that's shown, I think we're visualizing some taller elements to kind of screen it a little more from the plaza perspective, but that's to be finalized as we proceed.
Okay, excellent. Thanks for that feedback. Any additional questions or comments from the commission?
I have some further questions, I guess more about security. Is there going to be lighting associated with this?
Yeah.
Is there cameras? Is it open 24/7, or are there hours that it operates or it's locked down?
Well, first of all, it'll be a seasonal restroom, so I should have clarified that. So it'll really just be warmer months while there is programming within the gardens. On a daily basis, the Parks Maintenance Division will be responsible for cleaning it and securing it. So it will be locked in the evening.
Okay.
And that's sort of the protocol we use at the one that Michelle mentioned at Clark Fields. That's a new responsibility of our Parks Maintenance group. So they've got to do that. In terms of camera locations, I'm not, I do know that there are conduits for cameras within Rockefeller Park along MLK. I'm not sure the current status of whether or not they're operating or not, but But I think that's certainly a good idea to have one there and make sure that they're not only well lit, but also, being monitored as well.
It will be lit though, just to answer the question.
Excellent.
Believe
Anything else, Mr.
I
Seaver?
believe the
go
park
ahead.
closes at 7 or 8 at night anyway. Technically, I mean, you're not going to control that, but I think there are hours that you're allowed in the park, and maybe that's when they're going to
Okay.
be locked in the evening. So,
No, I have no further questions.
Okay, perfect. Not seeing any online either. Does the applicant feel like you've received enough feedback to continue your design?
Yes, we sure appreciate it, and we'll incorporate many of the suggestions. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. We look forward to seeing you back. That concludes our concept plan review. We'll move on to Cleveland Landmark nominations. Mr. Brunges or Mr. Musson, will you be presenting today?
Madam Chair, for the Jesse Owens House, we have Margaret Land from the Cleveland Restoration Society who will be doing the presentation.
Excellent, welcome.
Thank you. Joining me today here at the Restoration Society offices is also the homeowner, Mr. John Cummings. So
good morning or afternoon.
Good morning.
Yeah,
Afternoon, welcome.
Thank you for having us. So we are here today. We're so excited to have the support of Councilman Griffin and the Fairfax Community Development Organization in this proposed landmark designation for 2178 East 100th Street, also known as the Jesse Owens House. This home is located near the corner of Cedar Avenue on East 100th Street and was built in 1898 by a carpenter named James Layton. He built several houses on the street and in the Cleveland area between 1898 and 1909. This house was originally built as a two-family structure, and it does retain quite a bit of original architectural detail. We've highlighted some of the dental molding and brackets that are beneath the gable on the front porch. Dan, if you want to go to the next slide. While it does have some of those original details, it also has gone through changes over the years. Throughout time, it was changed from a 3-family and then to a 4-family house. And those changes necessitated things like the fire escapes, which have been added at the 3rd floor level. It also does have replacement windows. And then the porch and rail system has been altered over the years. Next slide, Dan. While it does have some good architectural details, what really makes this home significant is that it was the home of Olympic gold medalist Jesse Owens during his competition in the 1936 Berlin Olympics. Next slide, please. The Owens family moved to Cleveland in 1922. Jesse was the youngest of 10, and the family's documented it having rented a number of homes in the central neighborhood. During those years, Jesse Owens attended Fairmont Junior High and then East Tech High School, where his athletic talent was really becoming apparent. As a high school senior in 1933, Owens set the world record for the 220-yard dash at the national championship in Chicago. In 1934, we see the family moving into the home at 2178 East 100th Street. And that is where Jesse lived during the most important years of his athletic career and some personal highlights in his life. During the few short years that the family was there. The picture here shows the family on the steps of the house. Next slide. So during his time at 2178 East 100th Street, Jesse Owens first gains international recognition in May of 1935 for setting 3 world records at the Big Ten Championship meet, which was held in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And these events are what made Owens a favorite for the 1936 Olympics. Next slide, please. Also in May of that same year, Owens marries his longtime girlfriend, Minnie Solomon, here in Cleveland. Pictured on the right is Reverend Ernest Hall from East Mount Zion Baptist Church, who performed the ceremony in the home of Miss Solomon. And then they live with the Owens family at 2178 East 100th Street. The couple had welcomed their first daughter the year before this wedding took place, and then they went on to have 2 more girls. Next slide. And then in the summer of 1936 is where Jesse Owens really earns his claim to fame, traveling to Berlin, Germany to compete in the Summer Olympics. Owens takes 4 gold medals during the game, which really cemented him as one of the greatest athletes of all time. It's also an important moment in history, as these wins by a Black athlete were direct contradiction to Hitler's racist propaganda at the time. Next slide, please. While Owens was away and competing in Germany, the family remained at the home, often appearing in the newspaper, like the image there on the left, which talked of the family waiting his return. When Owens returned to Cleveland a champion, he was greeted by parades and fanfare. But when it came time for him to find work, he was also met with prejudice and racism. Owens remained in Cleveland hoping to find lucrative work, but nothing was successful. And that eventually led himself and his wife, Minnie, and the 3 girls to move to Detroit and later Chicago. Next slide. So we are delighted to present the Jesse Owens House to the Commission today to be designated as a Cleveland landmark. It was a home of Jesse Owens and his family during his most important athletic moments, including his 4 gold medals. The story of Owens is an important one to tell that is filled with both challenges and triumphs, and the house stands as a tangible reminder of his life events. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Any comments or additional things by staff?
Madam Chair, this has been a long time coming. This was actually nominated probably over a decade ago, but due to circumstances over time, that nomination did not get completed. So we are happy that this is being renominated. It's been on our wish list for a number of years, just in my time here. It maintains a lot, the history of here in this picture, the house on the right was recently demolished, and this has always been threatened over the last decade because of changes in this neighborhood, positive changes in this neighborhood. The street on the left used to be fully dense and packed with houses that were all built in the same time. But now that there is a new construction across the street, this makes this less threatened. All the development across the street from this, although this does back up to the Cleveland Clinic and it's in their backyard, I think this is the proper time, now that there's more stability in this neighborhood, to get this through. And with the support of the councilman and Fairfax Development, that makes that a reality. And we are looking forward to moving this through the rest of the steps that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brungers. Well, I know this is something that, I've been aware of, thanks to Mr. Brungers for the last few years. And I think this is a wonderful nomination, very worthy. And I fully support the nomination.
I have a comment.
Yes, Councilman Gray, go ahead.
Yes, I am fully supportive of this nomination as well. I am a alumni of East Tech as well. And just going to East Tech during my years that I was there, just to hear and see the history through East Tech about Jesse Owens, and as coming up today and knowing that we even had a school, Jesse Owens School was on a Launchmere, on the corner of Launchmere, and it was said that was tore down, and that should have been a historical landmark, and we still should have a marker there per se. But however, just glorifying the history of this, of Jesse Owens alone, and being part of it in the community where he was and how he grew up is remarkable. So I definitely support this nomination with honor and grace. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilwoman. Additional questions or comments from the commission?
Is this on the National Register? Or is there any plan to get it listed on the National Register?
It is not listed. We would love to do so one day.
Okay.
Any additional questions or comments? Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo at least the spirit of some of the comments offered by Councilwoman Gray. It's not just, to my mind, the proud scarabs of East Technical High School who love Jesse Owens. There are a lot of us in the Baptist church community who may not be the biggest sports fans, but we like the fact that some of the more recent historical publications will talk about his ties to the Baptist church. We'll talk about Reverend Hall and also the family's ties to that community. And that's still Fairfax, right, on that side of Euclid Avenue. But I think that's just wonderful. And also in this period of the Great Depression, you know, and this ongoing migration, you know, we used to put the peak periods in World War I and then say it picked up again during World War II. But it was actually continuous. And then to have the family coming here, you know, in the era of the Great Depression and moving into a beautiful home, and to see that part of his family history illustrated in that wonderful photograph, I think that's important too. And if we're able to do this, to get that landmark status for this structure, I am totally convinced that there will be lots of additional interest in preserving the history that's in the walls of that house. Thank you so much for coming in today and sharing this with us.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Any additional questions or comments from the commission? Not seeing any. Would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move that we accept the recommendation to nominate the Jesse Owens home for landmark status here in the city of Cleveland, in the historic community of Fairfax.
Excellent. Thank you for that very eloquent motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
Excellent.
A
Thank
second.
you. We have a second. Wonderful. Thank you, Councilwoman. Any additional feedback? All right, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
And Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trout.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Well, congratulations. Thank you for bringing this to us, and we look forward to getting this beautiful structure nominated. I'm sorry. Yes.
I would like to
designated,
thank
I should say.
everyone for their support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes our Cleveland Landmark nominations. We'll move on to meeting minutes. We have 3 that have been circulated. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Oh, would someone like to put forward a motion? of approval?
I move that we approve the minutes from June 23rd, 2022, October 26th, 2023, and November 9th, 2023.
Excellent. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you for the second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Duke,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Any administrative reports today?
No, just that this is with the holiday schedule, this is our last meeting of the year. So just thanks to everyone for a great 2023, and we'll see you all again in the new year.
Happy holidays.
Excellent. Happy holidays, everyone. I hope you have a peaceful holiday season, and we'll see you in the new year.
Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.